one can heal. The moment that you left us, our hearts will split into two. One side filled in memories, the other one died with you. When we just remember all you have done for us, we seriously wake upon tears upon our cheeks. And we often lay awake at night when the world is fast asleep, because we could not just sleep. All we see when we close our ears is you, Comrade Toivo. Missing you is a heartache that never goes away. We hold you tightly within our hearts, and there you will remain. Life gone without you, but it will never be the same until we meet again. May God hold you in the palm of His hands. We remember Toivo, we remember. We remember Toivo, we remember. We remember Toivo, we remember. We remember forever. We salute you, Katakuru, we salute you. We salute you, Katakuru, we salute you. We salute you, Katakuru, we salute you. We salute you forever.
Thank you very much. We will now listen to a message on behalf of the Communist Party of Cuba. This will be done and delivered to us by Commander Victor Drecker. We are making history today. The man who is coming up, Commander Drecker, was the deputy chair in Congo together with Che Guevara. We are happy to receive you.
Ya que Güenzo, presidente de la República de Namibia, estimados dirigentes de la SWAPO y del gobierno namibio, compañeras Bisky, Steins, Toivo e hijas y familiares del inolvidable Toivo, amigos y compañeros namibios.
Your Excellency, Hage Geingob, President of the Republic of Namibia, dear leaders of SWAPO and the Namibian government, Conrad, Vicky, Erestein, Toivo, and daughters, a relative of the unforgettable Toivo, Namibian friends and companions, compatriots.
Acudo a esta tribuna entristecido por la pérdida irreparable de uno de los más relevantes hijos de esta tierra de bravos y gran amigo de mi patria, a quien conocí durante las intensas jornadas de la recién concluida Quinta Conferencia Continental de Solidaridad con Cuba.
I am speaking on my behalf and on behalf of Giraldo Mazola Collazo, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the Republic of Cuba to Namibia. I come to this tribune with sadness by the irreparable loss of one of the most important sons of this land of brave, a great friend of my country whom I met during the intense days of the recent concluded 5th Continental Conference of Solidarity with Cuba.
En las conversaciones sostenidas con él en esos días, pude apreciar su sencillez y jovialidad. Fue nuestra intención tan pronto llegamos ir a saludarlo a su casa y él transformó ese encuentro en una fraternal cena de bienvenida en un restaurante de Catatura, donde en sus años mozos conspiraba contra el régimen racista de Pretoria y allí nos hizo relatos de aquella época.
In the conversation held with him in those days, I could appreciate his modesty and joviality. It was our intention as soon as we arrived to greet him and his house. He transformed that meeting into a fraternal welcome dinner in a restaurant in Catutura, where in his early years conspired against the racist regime of Pretoria, and there he made to us stories of what time.
Nos sorprendió la noticia de su desaparición física cuando visitamos el norte del país, pues lo dejamos lleno de energía y cuando regresamos y acudimos a su residencia, me impactó la foto de un Fidel sonriente colgada en la entrada del vestíbulo. Creo, sin embargo, que culminó su vida ya dedicado fundamentalmente a encabezar la solidaridad de Namibia con Cuba, como patrón de la misma, jugando un activo rol en la recién concluida Quinta Conferencia Continental con mi patria.
I was surprised by the news of his physical disappearance when I was visiting the north of the country. We left him full of energy. When we returned and went to his residence, I was struck by the picture of Fidel hanging at the entrance of the lobby. I believe, however, that he culminated his political life, which was fundamentally dedicated during the last years to leading Namibia's solidarity with Cuba as its patron, playing an active role in the recent concluded 5th Continental Conference with my country.
Allí conversó con dirigentes de la solidaridad en otros países, escuchando sus experiencias, compartiendo la suya y predicando adoptar decisiones prácticas para reformar esa solidaridad, adaptándola a las nuevas circunstancias y tiempos. Esto lo reconocimos antes en Cuba, otorgándole la medalla de la amistad.
There he talked with leaders of solidarity in other countries, listening to their experiences, sharing his, and preaching practical decisions to reinforce this solidarity, adapting it to the new circumstances and times. We modestly recognize this in Cuba, giving him the Council of State Medal of Friendship.
La última vez que hablamos en el almuerzo después de concluir el quinto encuentro continental de solidaridad, estaba contento, satisfecho, jovial y obviamente alegre. Nos dijo que tenía la intención de reestructurar la asociación para impulsar y expandir su trabajo, incluyendo a los sindicatos, el Parlamento, los padres con estudiantes en Cuba, pero eso debería hacerse después de la conclusión de ese evento. No pudo lograr este objetivo y nos deja con esta tarea para que la asociación cumpla bien su voluntad.
The last time that we talked, after concluding the Fifth Continental Conference of Solidarity, he was content and satisfied. He was very jovial and obviously cheerful. He told us on that he intended to restructure the association in order to boost and expand its work, including the unions, the parliament, the parents with students in Cuba, but that should be done after the conclusion of the conference. He could not accomplish these objectives and leave us with these tasks for the association to fulfill well.
Ese propósito pendiente es ahora más urgente, ya que en una evolución increíble, el actual presidente de Estados Unidos acaba de anunciar que ignorará las reiteradas demandas de la comunidad internacional para poner fin al bloqueo económico, comercial y financiero que su país impone a Cuba y que tomará medidas para reforzarla. Pretende, con orgullo imperial, como muchos de sus predecesores, intentaron sin éxito imponer condiciones y cambios al sistema político y económico que soberanamente los cubanos decidieron construir como un prerequisito para mantener los lazos con nuestra patria. Nunca lo aceptaremos porque antes no modificaremos nuestro apoyo a la independencia de Puerto Rico o retirar nuestros contingentes internacionalistas en África a cambio de la indulgencia imperial.
This pending purpose is now more pressing because, in an incredible reversal, the current U.S. president has just announced that he will ignore the repeated demands of the international community to end the economic, commercial, and financial blockade that his country imposed on Cuba, and that it will take measures to reinforce it. He pretends with imperial pride, as many of his predecessors tried unsuccessfully to impose conditions and change to the political and economic system that sovereignly we Cubans decide to build as a prerequisite to maintain ties with our homeland. That will never accept this, as we do not accept it to modify our support for the independence of Puerto Rico or withdraw our internationalist contingents in Africa in exchange for imperial indulgences.
Estimados amigos, me siento honrado que el Comité Central del Partido Comunista de Cuba me haya designado a representarlo en estos homenajes póstumos que el gobierno, la SOAP y su pueblo dedican en nombre de los comunistas y del pueblo cubano. Permítame leerle el mensaje que nuestro Comité Central envía a la SOAP y a través al gobierno y pueblo namibio. Cito.
Dear friends, I am honored that the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Cuba has nominated me to represent it in this posthumous tribute that the government, SWAPO, and his people dedicate to him. On behalf of the communists and the Cuban people, let me read to you the message that our Central Committee sends to SWAPO and through it to the Namibian government and people. I quote.
En nombre del Comité Central del Partido Comunista de Cuba y del pueblo cubano, transmitimos nuestro dolor por la pérdida física del compañero Andimba Toivo, icono del pueblo namibio y cofundador de la SWAP, luchador contra la opresión del régimen de la apartheid. Fue arrestado y encarcelado en la prisión de Robert Island donde durante 16 años militante, sin tregua por la libertad y la independencia de Namibia y por la justicia social y contra el racismo. Amigo entrañable e histórico del Partido Comunista de Cuba y de la Revolución, vivirá por siempre en nuestras mentes y en nuestros corazones.
On behalf of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Cuba and the Cuban people, we transmit our deep sorrow for the physical loss of fellow Conrad Andimba Toivo Yatovo, icon of the Namibia people and co-founder of SWAPO. Toivo Yatovo was a true fighter against the oppression of the apartheid regime. He suffered detention and prison at Robben Island during 16 years. He was a permanent militant in the struggle for Namibia's freedom and independence, for social justice and against racism. Historical and intimate friend of the Communist Party of Cuba and the Revolution. Toivo Yatovo will live forever in our minds, in our hearts.
Toivo Yatovo fue paradigma de la defensa de la Revolución Cubana. Siempre lo recordaremos como orador incansable de la lucha contra el bloqueo y por la liberación de los 5 héroes. Hasta los últimos momentos de su vida estuvo junto a nosotros, como lo prueba su presencia en el 5º Encuentro Continental Africano de Solidaridad con Cuba recién concluido. Llegue a nuestros compañeros de la SWAPO, a la familia y a todo el pueblo namibio nuestro más sentido pésame.
He was a paradigm of the defense of the Cuban Revolution. He will always remember him as a vigorous speaker of the struggle against the blockade and the release of the Cuban Five. Until the last moment of his life, it was right next to us, as evidenced by his presence in the 5th Continental African Solidarity Meeting with Cuba just finalized in Windhoek. We want to express to our comrades in the SWAPO party, to the entire Toivo Yatovo's family, and to all Namibian people, our deepest condolences.
Recordemos al compañero Toivo Yatovo como el revolucionario, eterno combatiente por la justicia social y la igualdad de todos. Él cumplió la máxima de nuestro héroe nacional, José Martí, cuando señaló: la muerte no es verdad cuando se ha cumplido bien la obra de la vida.
We remember fellow Toivo Yatovo as a revolutionary, as an eternal fighter for the social justice and equality for all. He gloriously served the maximum of our national hero, José Martí. This is not true when the life work has been well done.
Estimados amigos, el general Raúl Castro dirigió al presidente Yaque Gengo el mensaje de condolencia que en este momento leeremos a ustedes.
Dear friends, General Raúl Castro addressed to the President Hey Gengo the message of condolence that also I would like to read.
Estimado compañero Gengo, he conocido el fallecimiento del querido compañero Andimba Toivo Yatovo, destacado líder histórico de la SWAPO y presidente de la Asociación de Amistad Namibia-Cuba. Le hago llegar sentidas condolencias al gobierno y pueblo namibio, así como a los familiares del compañero Toivo, con el testimonio de mi más alta consideración, Raúl Castro Ruz.
Dear Conrad Gengo, I have known of the death of the beloved Conrad Andimba Toivo Yatovo, outstanding historical leader of SWAPO and president of the Namibia-Cuba Friendship Association. I extend my heartfelt condolence to the Namibian government and people, as well as the relative of Conrad Toivo. Please accept, Conrad, the assurance of my highest consideration. Raúl Castro Ruz.
También el héroe de la República de Cuba, Fernando González, uno de los 5 cubanos que compartió con él los exitosos resultados de ese acontecimiento y con quien habló sobre experiencias similares de encarcelamiento injusto por más de una década, envió un mensaje de condolencia.
Also, the hero of the Cuban Republic, Fernando González, one of the Cuban Five, who shared with him the successful result of the Fifth Continental Conference, and with whom he talked extensively about similar experiences of unjust imprisonment for more than a decade alone.
Este mensaje se le hará llegar también al gobierno, a la SUAPO y a sus familiares por nuestro querido embajador extraordinario y plenipotenciario aquí en la República de Namibia en los próximos días.
This message from Conrad Fernando will be delivered to his relative.
Toivo, tu vida y tu trabajo nos guiará a todos. Cada vez que se repita una Namibia, una nación unida en las tierras de los bravos, te recordaremos. Muchas gracias.
I see you later, Toivo. Your life and your work will guide us all. Each time it is repeated, one Namibia, one nation, uniting the land of the brave, we will remember you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this message. We will now listen to the Windhoek Central Choir, the SDA Church. And I want to appeal that, including the choir, that we look at the time. Time is never against us. It's only us who are against the time. So I'm calling upon the choir just to deliver only one song at this stage, and then the speakers who will follow also to be very brief. Thank you so much.
Well, the Windhoek Central Seventh Adventist Church is about to perform on this occasion. Before the choir was a solidarity message on behalf of the Communist Party of Cuba by Commander Victor Drake. Obviously, the relationship between Cuba and Namibia is well known to many. In fact, Cuba was one of the countries that supported Namibia's fight for liberation, and which culminated in the battle for Quito Carnavale in the late 80s that ushered Namibia's independence. Obviously, the international community, there was that division between the Western countries and the Western nations and countries from the East, Russia, the United Soviet republics of and their allies, and obviously because of that Cold War divisions at the time, you would have seen that many of the liberation movements of Southern Africa were grouped in that manner, and they were also being seen by international communities in that manner. So Cuba really stands out as one of Namibia's friends, and not only Namibia but all of the countries of Southern Africa who went through a protracted fight for liberation.
The Lord
Thank you, Honorable Henry Benani. On behalf of the political parties in the National Assembly, as the leader of the opposition, thank you.
Yes, and if you've just joined us, welcome to the special broadcast of the memorial service for the late struggle hero, Toivo. We now have the messages from the political parties, and the first one to take is the official opposition leader, Venani, Henry Venani.
Established by the Presidium and only recognize His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Namibia, President Hage Geingob and Madam Geingos, His Excellency, the founding President and Father of the Namibian nation, Dr. Sam Nujoma, and His Excellency, former President Hifikepunye Pohamba, and follow the established protocol because of time. Director of Ceremony, a great Roman philosopher and a politician, Marcellus Cicero, once said, "The life of the dead is placed on the memories of the living. The love you gave in life keeps alive beyond their time. Anyone who was given love will always live in another's heart," quote unquote. This takeaway from these wise words on this sad day, that a hero of the magnitude of Toivo is that through the memories of those that he has left behind, the nation Namibia, Toivo will live on. Even on this very somber moment, that our nation lies still in its cradle to pause and reflect on the trial of great sacrifice and equally painful subjugation of brutality meted against the mortal remains of a man lying before our land this afternoon. Even in this moment, as we extend our deepest empathy, sympathy for the loss of one of Namibia's finest sons, we do so knowing that he will live in our hearts and that his legacy will echo in the throes of history for as long as civilization exists. We in the DT of Namibia and other political parties commiserate with you, Chief Mona Memeviki Erenstein Toivo, and equally too, Dr. Hage Geingob and your party, SWAPO, to which Toivo devoted all his productive life to. We commiserate on the great loss of this great son of our soil. Many a time, we recognize the sacrifices and contribution of our fallen heroes, but we often forget to take cognizance of the sacrifices of their spouses and family who enable them to be the pillars that they were. As the old adage goes, that behind every great man lies an equally great woman, has never found more resonance than on a day such as today, when Memeviki has lost her life partner, for whom she was the pillar that allowed him to be the Namibian pillar. It is therefore apt and prudent that I begin by paying a special tribute to Memeviki and the children, for their sacrifices too must never be forgotten. Meme Toivo, during our many encounters here in the country and further afield, one must say this to you, that you have been a great companion and wife to this great man. Without an iota of hesitation, your companionship was caring, pure and marvelous. Toivo, was a stubborn man, but he was always a very happy man. Namibia, thank you, Vicky Ehrenstein Toivo, and I pay tribute to your role and acknowledge that you have kept the faith and have finished the race as a married woman to this great giant. This is not only a sad day, because death is always by definition sad. It is equally a sad day as we send off a nationalist, a hero of our people, whose contribution and selfless suffering bears testimony through the valleys of the pain and the struggles our people had to endure to attain the golden prize of freedom and independence. Here lies a historical repository of a nationalist, a patriot, and one of our nation's founders as a member of the Constituent Assembly. Here lies before us mortal remains of a man who can be best summed up with these words, and I quote myself: "He who has done so much for his country and people and never sought recognition for it," unquote. Namibia, as a country, wherever we are, today we must stand at attention. Here passes a man of whose selfless contribution make us what we are as a nation today. Andimba Toivo on the political theater. Thank you very much, former Prime Minister Nahasangula. You enumerated and encapsulated the historical facts of this great man. But perhaps as an epilepsy, perhaps of facts, there is a role that was played by his dear friend Levi Nganyone, who was sent by Kachikururume and the Chief Council to travel by bicycle from Opuo to Ondangwa when he was under the arrest of the chiefs there. And it is because of this role of Levi Nganyone that the world knew the condition of Toivo through the whole country. Director of ceremony, briefly, the role that Andimba played on the political theater. Post-independence politics at the beginning was very confrontational, and the culture of the Constituent Assembly was unbeknown to many of us, spectators, young spectators of the time, and the whole country at large. But I want to remember this heated encounter that changed the political climate in our country, and the members of the Constituent Assembly would bear me out. I remember the late Hidipo Hamutenya, then Minister of SWAPO of Information, and the then DTA Chief Whip, Bunny Barnes, taking each other on the floor of the House. And Tatea Toivo rose on a point of order, and he said, "You, Barnes, what are you talking about here? Every day, Barnes. You are a Cape Coloured. You came from Cape Town. You can go back there and talk about Cape Town." And Barnes was a very good politician and a very slick-tongued politician. He replied and he said, "Honorable Speaker, you, Toivo, you are a Cape Bamboo. You come from the Cape like me. And from now on, you are not only going to be Toivo, I am also from now on known as Barnes ya Barnes." And the President, Hage Geingob, led the House into great laughter. It was something very new to find DTA and SWAPO politicians in the Constituent Assembly finding a point of laughter for politics to settle down. It was through the intervention of Herman Andimba Toivo. I fondly remember him during our encounters as a parliamentarian in the House. At the time he was serving, when I came to Parliament, he was serving as a Minister of Prisons and Correctional Services. On one particular occasion, true to his character, he always demonstrated that stubbornness in him, and yet tolerance of other people's view. I rose on a point of Rule 72 to ask an oral question. And he stands up and says, "Hey, Venani, you young man, Who are you to ask me a question that you want me to reply immediately? Me, Andimba Toivo? Never. Speaker Chitendero looked at him and said, Honorable Toivo, in fact, it is procedural that the young man is asking you a question. But you want an answer now? I said, yes. No, me and Andimba, not today. But the speaker reminded him, I remember fondly, that the two of you, Venani and Toivo, Venani is the oldest member of the House, of course the opposite, and you are the youngest member of the House. Therefore, you must always treat each other as endangered species because one is the youngest and one is the oldest in the House. From that day onward, Toivo always referred to me as old man. Today we remember a trainer who was a disciplinarian. And I want to talk about the Toivo I came to know in this life. We used to gym together. And he was a meticulous, committed trainer. He believed in fitness. Perhaps the experience that he experienced in prison made him to be a rigorous trainer. I remember the many hours in the sauna where he somberly spoke about life and the love of our country. Today I remember Andimba the patriot, who would, even in the face of old age, always attend national events. Oh, what a character he was. His last national event was when he addressed the Cuba Africa Solidarity Summit. So full of life and energy was he that at the time none of us would have thought that he only had a few more months, more days perhaps ahead on this earth. But the future, I guess, is not for us to see. Namibia, we must stand at attention, for here passes a man of a different character and caliber. Today, we stand at attention, but tomorrow will determine how we honor the legacy of this great man. We can only truly honor the legacy of Andimba Toivo and many other fallen heroes by shaping and defining a Namibia that is worthy of the blood of our fallen heroes. It is incumbent on us, current and future generations and leaders of our country, to define a Namibia that is not only politically liberated, but also economically. A Namibia where we take ownership of our rich natural resources and graduate from a raw material extractive economy and become a big player in the global marketplace at the very high end of the value chain by mass producing and adding value to our raw materials. Andimba and others of his generation have freed us from the chains of political enslavement. In honoring his legacy, let us together stand at attention and build a new Namibian civilization worthy of the blood of men like him and the countless others whose blood waters our freedom. In conclusion, Peter Brownlow once remarked, and I quote, "It is true that we only live here on earth once, but if we do it right, once is enough," unquote. Tatea Toivo lived once, and today we cherish his life because it was once and it was right and well lived. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable McHenry Venani. We will receive now a message on behalf of the ruling party, SWAPO, delivered by Honorable Nangolo Mbumba, the Secretary General. And he will be followed by Ambassador Martin Kapewasha, who will deliver a message on behalf of the former Namibian Robben Island Political Prisoners Trust. So if you could already be ready. Honorable Nangolo Mbumba.
Kuku, Vicky, Toivo, and the Toivo family, Comrade Hage Gottfried Geingob, President of the SWAPO Party and of the Republic of Namibia, Comrade Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, founding father of the Namibian nation and founding president of the Republic of Namibia, Comrade Hifikepunye Pohamba, second president of the Republic of Namibia and of the SWAPO Party, all protocol observed. At the time of his death, on the 9th of June, 2017, Andimba Toivo was a permanent member of the SWAPO Party Central Committee, a position only shared by our founding president, Dr. Nujoma, and our former president, Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba. This was in his recognition of the contribution he made to the founding of the SWAPO Party and to all the roles he played in making sure that our country, Namibia, is independent. Few days before that, at a dinner at State House, in honor of those who were attending the Cuba-Africa Solidarity Conference, I joked with my uncle Andimba Toivo. I said, I'm getting overworked. This job of yours, or Secretary General, is getting too heavy. You are always strong at any time in history. Why don't you come back to your office? He laughed and said, that is no longer my job. It's now your job. It is now my job today to speak on behalf of the SWAPO Party in that capacity. And since other people have taken enough time, so don't complain that the SWAPO was speaking too long. I am a recruitee, was recruited by Andimba Toivo. I was sent abroad by Andimba. And at least I have a witness. The person who read the eulogy, Naha Zangula, was sent together with me. Andimba recruit people, as it was said, whether you are a worker, a student, an ordinary youth, he will give you the membership card. And that membership card say, your membership of SWAPO will make SWAPO strong. That was the only thing. There was no bigger philosophies. Where does he send you when then he recruit you? And he was dead set not to allow people to go to South Africa because he was worried about us being indoctrinated by apartheid philosophy and not being strong enough, able to fight for a country. He sent you to the person, this one. He sent you to Sam Nujoma, the master trainer and commander. But before you reach Sam Nujoma, in whose hands do you pass? Hifikepunye Pohamba and others. And then when you are sent, you become a student like others. And these people, the founder members of the SWAPO Party, were good at identifying potential. Whether you are a student or a worker, whether you are being trained militarily or academically, they will always know where to place you. So we went, we became students, and we came back and put in this and that position until you even have the job created specifically for Andimba Toivo. And you said, what happened? And by the time you look at your head, you also have an airport like him. You have lost your hair, and therefore nobody worries anymore about who you are as long as you're working for your people and your party. I want to quote Marcus Garvey. He was asked, when he was telling people, black people, let us leave America, let us go back to Africa. And somebody asked him, Garvey, you're always telling us we must march back to Africa. What about those people who have already surrendered? They are weak, they are drinking, they are doing nothing. What are they going to do in Africa? Marcus Garvey thought about it, he said, it does not matter whether they go back to Africa, let them stay. And I'm asking myself, if Andimba was asked, what do you do about the type of Namibians who did not think that independence was possible, who did not think that independence can be achieved by black people in this country? What was he going to say? I think Andimba could have still said, yes, they are capable of fighting for independence, and we should never leave anybody behind. But Andimba, as they say, you say, he was a good man. He was a humble man. Yeah, you don't know him better than that. He was humble because he knew his position within the party, within his family, within his community, and even where his position, even when he was in prison. He has created the image of Toivo. Toivo from Mangundu, Onaena, Ongwediva, Odibo. Toivo could not have created an institution called Mangundu People's Organization. No. Toivo, who at the age of 21, in 1945, when World War II came to an end, he was 21 years old and already somebody who was in a war. Very young, very stubborn, very strong. He was respectful. I remember one time, Michael Mudavadi, when we were working in the Zambezi region, we went to one of the chief's house, and in terms of tradition, we bow, we clap our hands. But when he entered the room where the chief was, Andimba could not practice that. He stood up, and the chief has to also stand up so that they can greet each other, one another. He knew his position. He was a strong person. He never asked any position. As I said before, he left the Lutheran Church in a way, but not so much. But he kept his name, Toivo. Hope from the hope. The Finnish language is not a well-known language. Very small language in Europe. But at least has created an international vocabulary. Toivo, meaning hope. No other word in Finnish you can find, even if you Google. But if you Google that name, it will not take you to Finland, it will bring you back to Namibia. Hope from hopes. As I said, those who are going to speak after me, they are SWAPO. Those, the majority, except my good cousin, Venani, are going to be SWAPO. If I speak too long, my senior will not be happy. If I don't speak at all the regional councillors and the district councillors and other people in the party structures will be unhappy because I did not speak strong enough for them. But it's not for me to say anything. I think this whole 2 weeks, we have learned more about ourselves, we have learned more about Namibia, and above all, we have learned how much contribution Toivo has made towards our independence and our national unity. But Toivo was not alone. They said in Namibia, the space is good for observing stars. We had people who only work in one embassy, and we made them Secretary for Foreign Affairs then. My uncle Peter Mwishihange was one of them. We had somebody who was just working in a mine, and he was the paymaster. So we make him the Secretary for Finance. We had somebody who was good at looking at cars and controlling cars. Joseph Mutongolume, Maxton Joseph Mutongolume. He becomes Secretary for Transport. But founding member of the SWAPO party, he was equally a pioneer of the struggle of Namibia. Fighter, a pillar of strength, a political rock that exudes a spirit of gallantry, fortitude, and selfless leadership. He belongs to the galaxy of selfless martyrs, a generation of principled, dependable, and militant leaders of Namibia liberation struggle. Millions of people, both inside and outside Namibia. He was to millions of people, both inside and outside Namibia, he was more than just a man. He was a symbol of the struggle for freedom, justice, equality, and dignity, not only in Namibia, but throughout the world. His selfless sacrifice inspired freedom-loving people in all corners of the world to relentlessly fight for justice, freedom, and human progress. We have lost an icon, a true servant of his people and of humanity. At the twilight of his life, he prophetically stated that I depart from this earth a happy person because Namibia is free. And you that are left behind have a duty to make it and not to break it. To make it and not to break it. This is the message to the young. But for somebody who is 92 years, who are the young people, anyone below the age of 60 is a young person. Actually, for Andimba, anyone who is alive today is young to him. And therefore, we have no reason whatsoever to break Namibia or to break the SWAPO party. We can make them better, bigger, and brighter, but not to break them. He leaves us with a legacy and a great vision to attain greater well-being for all our people. Therefore, on behalf of the SWAPO party leadership and membership, I wish to convey our heartfelt sympathy and condolences to Mrs. Vicky Toivo, their two daughters, Mutaleni and Ashikoto, his sister, Mrs. Esther Shikongo, and brother, Nestor Toivo, and the entire Toivo family, as well as all Namibians. May his iconic legacy live on, and may his soul, his brave soul, rest in eternal peace. I thank you.
Ambassador Martin Kapewasha, on behalf of the former Robben Island Political Prisoners Trust, and immediately we will then listen to a performance of the Menrose Group. If you could already take your place so that we spare time. Ambassador Kapewasha.
Thank you, Comrade Bishop, Director of Ceremonies. Yeah, before I start, I would like to request that the former Robben Island political prisoners who are present and who are able to stand up could come forward here so that the mourners could see those who are still surviving, who have been with our icon who are mourning today and at the same time celebrating his lifetime. Probably those who can make it. Yeah, the others can remain seated, but those who can make it. Maybe, can they stand here? Yeah, you can see some of the comrades are here. Well, not all of them are here. The survivors. Herumani atoivo, kwetulo mbwela tati, egonjero manguluko, olile lo lidu. Herumani atoivo, kwetulo mbwela tati, egonjero manguluko, olile lo lidu. Okay. Thank you. Directors of Ceremonies, Meme Vicky Toivo, the widow and the children, and the entire bereaved family of Comrade late Andimba Toivo, His Excellency Dr. Hage Kainkop, President of the Republic of Namibia, and Madame Kainkos, First Lady, His Excellency Dr. Semsa Fishuna Nuyoma, founding president and father of the Namibian nation, and Madam, His Excellency Dr. Hifika Punyepohamba, former president of the Republic of Namibia, and Madam. Let me adhere to the protocol established by the Director of Ceremonies. Dear mourners, we are gathered here this afternoon to mourn an icon of the Namibian liberation struggle and at the same time celebrate the life of Comrade Toivo, a hero of the Namibian Revolution, a founding member of Ambulance People's Congress, the forerunner of Ambulance People's Organization, which culminated in the founding of SWAPO in 1960. Many Namibians from all walks of life were inspired by late Comrade Andimba Toivo's political conviction and followed his revolutionary aspiration and ideas that resulted in the long and protracted struggle for the independence of Namibia. Andimba was a revolutionary, human rights defender, a Pan-Africanist, and a revered internationalist. In 1967, 36 Namibians stood trial under the just formed Terrorism Act, Act 83 of 1967, which was specifically or deliberately passed by the apartheid parliament in that year to try Namibians that time. Their trial lasted until 1968, when Comrade Toivo and his comrades were found guilty by the apartheid court in Pretoria and subsequently sentenced to various long imprisonment on Robben Island, where Comrade Andimba was given 20 years and served 16 of that sentence until his release in 1984. During that trial, Comrade Andimba Toivo made a statement on behalf of the group, and I quote, "We are Namibians and not South Africans. We do not now and will not in the future recognize your right to governance, to make laws for us in which we had no say, to treat our country as if it was your property, and us as if you were our masters. We have always regarded racist South Africa as an intruder in our country. This is how we feel now, and it's on this basis that we have faced this trial end of quote. He further stated in the same proceeding, and I quote, "I know that the struggle will be long and bitter, but I know that my people will wage that struggle whatever the cost," end of quote. His statement that date in Pretoria was a response to a clarion call of our forefathers such as Hendrik Witbooi, Mandume Andimba, Yipumbuya Shilongo, and many others. Toivo was a man of principles. He was a visionary leader, a unifier, and a straight talker. And it's true that Toivo never compromised on principles. Comrade Toivo's statement in 1968 made headlines around the world, and aroused much support for SWAPO at home, and that led to the intensification of the liberation struggle in Namibia. The escalation of atrocities by the apartheid regime in Namibia led to the protracted wars against the South African military regime, and at the end, resulting also in many Namibians being arrested at home, and those of People's Liberation Army of Namibia who were captured in battles. And from 1969 to 1974 to 1976, 78, up to 1979, many Namibians were arrested, and some of them were tried and brought to Robben Island, which brought the number of Namibian political prisoners at that time to 63. The Namibian former Robben Island Political Prisoners Trust will ever remember Comrade Andimba Toivo's contribution he made to the nation and to the formation of the trust, where he was a chairman and I as his deputy. Comrade Andimba Toivo used to call us at his office. Our office is situated on Independence Avenue next to ShopRite there in the offices of Naraz Investment. Comrade Toivo can come there at either 10 o'clock in the morning, and he will summon us to a meeting. He will stay there until lunchtime. He's a man who doesn't go for lunch. And when we said, "No, comrade, I think it's lunchtime now. Can we break and then go and have something to eat?" To eat what? We didn't yet finish. We had to finish our work. So that was how Andimba used to be. Therefore, Namibia as a country will forever remain thankful to his outstanding contribution, and his legacy shall live for generations to come. We, as members of the trust, Namibia former Robben Island Political Prisoners Trust, will always remember what he has left for us. We therefore have reasons to celebrate the life of this hero, the icon of our revolution, and it will be very difficult to fill the gap that he left behind. Let us take a leaf from his words, as he also stated at the 50th anniversary of SWAPO Party, where he said, and I quote, "You are Namibians, and you are brothers and sisters. You are one nation, and together you must preserve what others sacrificed their lives for. The independence and peace you are enjoying today didn't come easy." That was quoted in the New Era of 2010, April 22nd. During his interview on NBC, on one-on-one program hosted by Kadembire Dembruka at one time, Toivo also warned us as Namibians against the tendencies of tribalism and to be aware to build Namibia as one nation, because he stood against division, and division which was perpetuated by the apartheid regime in our country. We must therefore, as Namibians, honor his noble leadership and ensure its sustenance for the future generation. It is also reminding us that Comrade Toivo's role he played in the foundation or in the formation of SWAPO and the formation of our republic should always remain in our mind. On behalf of the Namibian Former Political Prisoners Trust, I would like to convey our heartfelt condolences to Memeviki, the children, and the entire Comrade Toivo's family. Our heartfelt condolences, and we hope that his legacy will live on. The Namibian former Robben Island Political Prisoners Trust wish to continue where late Comrade Toivo had left off and strive to carry on his legacy forever. May his soul rest in eternal peace. I thank you. Director of ceremonies is only because of time, otherwise I could introduce the comrades here in front, but the elders, you see the elders, Comrade Chichuete, Comrade David Anime with the crunches, were in the second group that followed the first group that came and set up a base at Onguruwambashe. So that team was arrested in Rundu. So the other group is Comrade Lushona, Comrade Nunyango there. I can mention them, yes. Oh, then we have the other group there, Comrade Lushona, Comrade Nunyango. Step forward.
Okay.
Step forward so that people can see you.
Yes.
That was another group.
Thank you. And welcome to our listeners, our viewers. If you've just joined us, we are at the Independence Stadium at the memorial service of the late Toivo. There, in front of your screen, you can see the former Robben Island prisoners. As you can see, they are getting on in age, but these are the people, the forebears, the icons of our liberation struggle, who spent many years on Robben Island together with Toivo. They are being introduced now. Do you know who they are, Thembi?
Well, Ambassador Kapawasha is doing a great job at introducing them, but I'm sure all of them have a story to tell if they were given an opportunity to reflect on their own roles that they played. But the great thing, Honorable Jerry Akanjo, Minister of Youth, Ben Ulenga. Yes, let's listen into Ambassador Kapawasha.
After us, we're joined by Comrade Peter Ilonga, who came there in 1970. The Comrade Marius and Sakariana Shandi, Comrade Risto Nakanyala, who came there in 1976. Immediately after that, they were followed by Lokuzane, Ilonga, 1970.
Can we get a microphone which he can use?
Sorry for the mishap. After Nashandi group, then came Comrade Benu Lenga, Comrade Kuiteb, Comrade Zakaria, and who else? That group. But the others are no more. Their group. Then the other group that came in the same year, 77, it was now Comrade Peter Ilonga, Comrade Willem Beaver, you can raise up your hands, and Comrade Napot Imene. They came there in 1977, and Comrade Heik Shililifa. Well, the other group is no more. Then among us here, we have got one of our...
they participated in the struggle. All of them under the leadership of Sam Nujoma, president of SWAPO, and most probably some of the activities that they participated in were under the instruction and command of the leadership of SWAPO that was in exile at that time.
He is now a retired military man.
This is a South African general. He was also on Robben Island.
The young man is Shilongo Nashivela. Is the son of late Comrade Nashivela, one of the first Robben Island political prisoners who was also tried with the first group and released in 1972. I think I covered everybody. Did I leave out anyone? Yeah. The number for record purposes, in African tradition, people are saying we should not count how many we are left, but the number left over is now 22 after the others have passed away. So, the widows and spouses of the late comrades are maybe also among the mourners, but they could not come here. So this is the group which is still alive. There is a request here. The two ladies who were incarcerated in Kronstadt, Comrade Lambinga and Comrade Uhonjo. Uhonjo. If they are here, please come forward. Well, apparently they are not here. So there were two ladies who were also imprisoned in Kronstadt that time, but they are not here, unfortunately. So thank you very much. Thank you very much.
We will now listen to the Menrose Group performance, and immediately after them, I will call the Honorable Philemon Malima to speak or to give a message on behalf of the family.
1, 2, 1, 2. not lose focus. And he said, Konjoro Manguruko, Jaririre, Jorirura.
You are love, your people miss you. You are love.
Anti-apartheid, activist, political prisoner, a broken island, sacrifice for the nation, long cold nights, solitary confinement. Yep, a brother, a father, an uncle to us all, born leader, true hero of the liberation struggle. And upon our tate kuluwe to Andimba, may your soul rest in peace. We will never forget you. Nande, a very humble man, a disciplined man, a man of wisdom and a fearless soldier. Forever we will celebrate you, Tate Kulu, until we meet again in heaven, until we meet again in the kingdom of God. Yep.
Epitome of love, caring down to earth, and gender down. You are love, you are me. Aluta, continua. Aluta, continua. Andimba Toivo. You took the test of time. Andimba Toivo. You took the test of time. They present you, but you were hardest thing. They torture you, but you were breaking like Andimba.
Koto porojo, koto jomo yoka wantu kajate kombe ando tete jamu monganu kajate dirwa korote naira garu kataye terere manguruko. Protect. Atu poti atoigo.
You are love, Andimba. You are love, your people miss you. You are love, Andimba. You are love, your people miss you. Andimba, Toivo. You took a test of time. Andimba, Toivo. You took the test of time. They present you, but you were hardest thing. They torture you, but you were brave in life. Andimba.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We call now upon Honorable Philemon Malima. During the apartheid years in South Africa, Archbishop Tutu was asked how long he will keep hoping for change in South Africa. And he said, "We are slaves of hope." Toivo, he was a slave of hope. When you look at this long history, which at times look hopeless.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies. Your Excellency, Dr. Hage Yikenkop, President of the Republic of Namibia, and Madam Monica Cases. Your Excellency, Dr. Semsa Fishuna Nuyoma, founding president and the father of the Namibian nation. Your Excellency, Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba, the former president, and Madam Pene Hupifo Pohamba, I would like to respect to observe what has been agreed upon. I am standing here to bid farewell to one of us on behalf of my family. It is not easy for me, as this man was our pillar, the unifier of our clan, and above all, one of the eldest in our clan. We as Akwanekamba are very grateful to the Almighty God for having availed us the opportunity to know and to have Andimba amidst our clan. The Namibian nation and the entire world knew this man as a patriot, an internationalist, and as a stalwart of the SWAPO party. Hence, our clan knew him as a father, uncle, family man, and a unifier of all members of our family from all walks of life. Andimba's father died when he and his siblings were still young. He immediately took the role of a father figure in his household. Among others, he would pay school fees of his siblings, nephews, and nieces. He strived to bring up everybody to be a hard worker like himself. And he never gave anything for free. For that reason, you had to perform a certain household tasks first before you are given something. Andimba understood the importance of education and discipline. That is why he always assisted everybody who was eager to study. As indicated earlier on, he paid his clan's school fees while he was still in jail. He would call on his mother while in jail to sell all his belongings to enable her to pay the school fees on his behalf. During his incarcerations at Robben Island, Andimba would insist in all his letters to his mother that his mother brings together all his children in order to raise them at one household. A clear indication that he never shied away from his responsibilities as a father, despite having been in a jail in a foreign country. Andimba was a man of people.
I'm very sorry, somebody is sending a message that the mic has problem. Maybe some people are not hearing. We have the technical people to adjust it? Because I don't know which side are the technical people, but apparently some people are not hearing.
Or maybe. Andimba was a man of people. He never forgets his childhood friends. He was loyal to his friends, no matter their status in society. He liked to visit his childhood friends and neighbors. He enjoyed engaging in old stories. He would visit his old childhood neighbors whenever he had the opportunity to go to the north. If he phones his relatives in the north, he will always ask how his old friends are doing. Andimba never forgot his roots. He always regarded himself as a humble boy from Mangundu. Humility and integrity were his motto. And for him, there were no shortcuts to success in life, rather than to hardworking and self-disciplined. He was an arch-enemy of liars and never tolerated laziness. Andimba was a bona fide member of SWAPO party. He does not know any other political party here in Namibia than SWAPO. He was very saddened by the challenges facing his party and was very much worried about the future of his country. At times, he would say, "We seniors have done our part. We have paved the way for you. It is up to you now to see how you continue." In his small way, he contributed to the unity of this country by being friendly to every Namibian, no matter the color of his skin, creed, or beliefs in life. Andimba believed that we all have our own role to play in the development of this country. And above all, that we should participate in the processes towards economic growth of our country. Andimba always wanted that the unity we had during the liberation struggle for the independence of Namibia should guide us during the fierce battle for economic emancipation. He was of the view that if all Namibians work together, despite their differences, we will be able to conquer our challenges. He also used to say that even though people are from different parties, political parties, they can still remain friends and family. To him, it was clear that people have different opinions, but that it was important to, above all, remain as Namibians and not enemies. He was against throwing away people because of different opinions, based on different matters. What is the legacy we are drawing from Andimba's life? The legacy of resilience, the legacy of humility, the legacy of integrity, and above all, the legacy of patriotism. What we learned from Andimba's life is that challenges must not be obstacle in our path to success, but should be part and parcel of our journey to success. Director of Ceremonies, esteemed donors, we as family members are very much grateful and appreciative to our government for having bestowed the honor of Heroes Memorial and a funeral to Comrade Andimba, a father, husband, and uncle of our family. To Bemeviki, Apollo, Mtaleni, and Nashkoto, you remain part of the lineage trunk of the Akwanekamba family. We as Akwanekamba have the duty and the responsibility to take care of you just as Andimba did. Lastly, as a family, let us step from the wisdom and the legacy of our departed hero. May the precious soul and spirit of Comrade Andimba rest in eternal peace. I thank you.
Yes, we continue with our program. We are talking of Andimba, the stubborn, but being what he is, his stubbornness always brings out the positive side. We are now going to have the message and performance by the children. Apollo ya Toivo, Nashikoto ya Toivo, Mutaleni ya Toivo, Isaac Nahum, and Fremont Nahum. And I want to invite the representative of the Mbushe. We have a chair in front of here. When the children are performing, you can take this chair and immediately they're finished. Then you will get the message from the Mbushe. This is also a request from the family that the Mbushe should be given a floor. While also the children are performing, I would want the Yatoivo Secondary School also to come here, so that immediately after the performance of the children, then the message from the Mbushe or namesake, then the Yatoivo Secondary School just one item that you will be giving during this time. May I now invite the children to bring their message and their performance. Welcome again, and we are at the Independence Stadium at the live memorial service of Andimba Toivo. Toivo. Now the children are on stage and they're about to give their message, which will be followed by a performance, a musical performance.
His Excellency, the founding father of the Namibian nation, Sam Nujoma, His Excellency, former President of the Republic of Namibia, Hifike Punye Pohamba, all protocols observed. My name is Isaac Mekonjo Natangwe Nahum, one of Tatea Toivo's nephews. I stand before you with Philemon, Nashikoto, Mutaleni, and Apollo to present our collective message and memories as the children of one of the greatest sons of the soil, who were blessed and privileged to have as our father, or Papa, as we fondly called him. Philemon and I are sons of Kuku Esther, the youngest of Papa's siblings. When Papa was imprisoned on Robben Island, our mother went to visit him on 2 occasions. On the first, she took me with her, and on the second occasion, she took Philemon. We were young at the time, 9 months and 6 months, respectively. I suppose that the visits left a strong impression on our uncle. When he returned from exile, he instructed our parents to give him to raise in his house. Bishop Kameta mentioned that when he was released in prison, the first thing he wanted to do was to hold a child. When we were young, we used to play with my uncle's bald head, and we used to make fun. It was so smooth. It was smoother than even marble. That was December 1989. And since then, he's been a father, an uncle to us. And Meme Vicky is our mother, and Nashikoto, Mutaleni, and Apollo, our siblings. Papa is the greatest man we have ever known, a man of the people and a people's person. We know he loved us unconditionally, and he was always dependable. He was dedicated and loyal to the family. He attended almost all functions and was there for our birthday celebrations, confirmations, graduations, wedding, and the birth and birthday of my children. He was humble, determined, respectful, honest, and always grateful. He appreciated the small things in life. He always said, we should always appreciate what we have before time forces us to appreciate what we had. Never, and I mean never, will we meet a man who has consistently lived his views. He was loyal and faithful to his country, his family, and his friends. He was a simple man, non-materialistic. He was independent, and most importantly, he was self-made and who took charge of his own destiny. As it was mentioned before, he never boasted about who he was or what he has done for this country. My uncle or papa was an encyclopedia or Wikipedia or even Google for that matter on Namibian struggle for independence. I mean, when you travel with him, somebody would mention their name and he would be able to narrate that person's entire family. Sometimes he knew these people's families better than those people knew their families themselves. When talking politics, he always said we, because he believed the struggle for independence was a collective effort. He also had a brilliant mind, and that when telling a story, he remembered events right to the year, date, and day. Papa, as it was already mentioned, was a very stubborn man. Once he had made up his mind, it was impossible to change it. Along with Mama, we would often have to caucus in order to find what is the best way to tackle something we would want him to do. Because we all knew if he had said no, in most cases, that was the end of it. I would just like to share a few of my memories with Papa. In the early days of our relationship wasn't that great because I was a very naughty guy. And Papa was a strong disciplinarian. There was a time I had even begged my mother to move back to Karatura. I mean, the man had brought Robben Island to his house. We used to joke about this because he had a bathroom at the top of the house, and he would even lock us up in there for sometimes up to 8 hours without food or water. And our good friend Andimba Angula, who was our neighbor, would sometimes be the only person that could save us by bringing us something to eat. On the travels, we traveled with our uncle everywhere. Many of the times we went to the north, and often we visited our uncle Tatishali Kamati. On these travels, he taught us our multiplication tables, he taught us the capitals of the world, and most often when we traveled, our seats were reserved in the luggage compartment of the Land Cruiser. You see, Papa would give many family members and sometimes complete strangers a lift in the car, knowing full well that the car was full and thus relegating us to the back. In fact, once while visiting family and friends in the north, he was given 2 goats who became our travel companion in the back on that particular trip. Later, as we grew older, the traveling continued, but it was mostly either just the 2 of us, my uncle and myself, and sometimes with my other uncle, Matthew Wanga, or Tatekapofi, his driver. We would visit Dr. Ndongo at his farm near Grootfontein to check on Papa's cattle and goats and pay salaries. In the car, for hours, he would endlessly narrate the stories of the struggle, his imprisonment, his insight on current politics. On at least one occasion, I asked him whether all the suffering he had endured and the sacrifice he and others had made, given an opportunity to relive his life, what would he change? He immediately responded without hesitation and said, "Nothing, I have no regrets." There's another interesting story about elephant dung, which I think I need now. Before the winter, about this time, when we traveled to the north, on our way back, we would travel through Etosha on a mission to search for elephant dung. We would even stop vehicles and ask if they had seen elephants, and Papa would instruct how Fiku to go where the elephants were spotted. When the dung we had spotted, he would instruct how Fiku to stop, and he would say, "Philemon, Isaac, get out of the car, get the dung." As we were small, we were scared of the wild animals, especially lions, but it was very difficult to not take his instructions. So to quickly get out of the car, collect the dung, and get back into the car. We counted ourselves as lucky if we found the dung to be dry, because if it wasn't dry, we would have to dry it. You guys are probably wondering why we were collecting elephant dung. Papa used this dung to treat flu, colds, and nasal congestions. You can hear it in my voice. By instructing us to inhale the lit dung fumes. I think we were the only children in Windhoek who did not go to the pharmacy for flu because we had to inhale elephant dung. But I tell you, it worked. I need it now. I visited Robben Island twice with my uncle, 3 times actually. Once as a baby that I don't remember, and on 2 occasions. The one occasion was in 1995, and the other occasion was in 2016. On both trips, we have incredible memories because Papa served as a tour guide, and he was brilliant at narrating stories of what happened on the island during his incarceration. He even took us to where OPC was founded in Cape Town. I'll just give a few of his teachings. He taught us humility. He believed and taught us to respect, that respect is earned and trust is gained. If you know my uncle, he greeted everybody, whether you were a cleaner or whether you're a CEO, he treated you all the same. He taught us to listen more and speak less. I'm going to miss his warm smile, those gentle eyes that seem to gaze into your soul when you speak. I'm going to miss his massive hands holding me several minutes after he has greeted me or when he needed me for support. I'll miss his telephone calls to just find out how my wife Claudette or my children, his namesake, and wife, as they are named after him and Vicky are doing. And while we'll miss his presence, we also have so much to remember him by, and for that we'll forever be grateful.
My name is Andimba Toivo. I'm one of the twin sisters. Before I share my favorite memories of Papa, I'd like to share a bit about our upbringing. Our upbringing was tough, modest, and filled with love. Papa expected us to do chores in the house. Papa believed in our traditional customs. He was a man of few words who always spoke his mind, but never gave the impression that he knew it all. He seemed to always get away with what he said. But when we disagreed, and he was wrong, he would immediately apologize and say, "I was wrong, and you were correct." Papa hated liars, thieves, lazy people, and he raised us to be self-sufficient, independent, and speak the truth, even to power. Once you had lied to him, it took a long time to regain his trust. Papa was our friend, our mentor, our confidant, guide, and teacher. And in turn, in addition to being his beloved children, we also took the roles of cook, masseuse, driver, barber, and nurse. Growing up, Papa disliked taking holidays, but we recently convinced him to take one to Cape Town, which included a stop at Robben Island. We will always be fond of the memories and time we spent together there, and of other holidays we spent with him. We had planned to go to Cuba with him soon, and will still make this trip in his memory. I'd like to share a few of my memories of Papa, which I'll do in snippets. I've never known someone to have a sweet and salty tooth. His excessive use of both of these is a medical wonder, because he would use them without tasting the food. His sweet tooth, I am sure he inherited from Kuku Nashikoto, my grandmother. As for the salty tooth, I'd like to think that Mama was his salt and he was the pepper. At home, Papa used to cut his toenails outside in the garden, and he used to use a Swiss pocket knife, sometimes cutting his skin. We would ask him, "Papa, why don't you just use a nail clipper?" And his stubborn response was always, "I prefer my knife." Papa used to sleep late nights and wake up early. It's a wonder how his biological clock worked. When Mumi and I broke the news to Papa that we had boyfriends, we said, "Papa, we have something to tell you." He answered, "Yes, I'm listening." I said, "Mumi and I have boyfriends." He paused in thought before responding, and his response was, "I'll think about it." Boy, did that leave us very confused, but over time, he naturally accepted it. Papa would read the Namibian newspaper daily and also watch the 8 o'clock news. He did both religiously, and if there was ever a time he didn't, it would be because either it didn't air or the newspaper didn't come out. On occasion, when Mumi and I were younger, we told Papa to wake us up before his exercise session so we could tag along. He woke up at 4 a.m. to start his 1 to 2 hour exercise sessions. At restaurants, when Papa was asked what he wanted to drink, he would say lemon twist, and in previous years, he had other preferences. When he was told that they didn't have his drink, he would respond, "The shops are open." On 2 or 3 times, he got his way. His wicked sense of humor sometimes got him into trouble, and I found myself slightly embarrassed and explaining what he meant by his joke. Papa's teachings are many, but I will mention a few. He taught us that through hard work and perseverance, we will always succeed. For those that hate politics, he taught them that politics is in every aspect of life. For those of us who would complain about politics or politicians, he said, "You cannot affect change from the outside."
Afternoon, mourners. My name is Philemon Kandiwapa Nahum, one of the nephews, and I also would read on behalf of the Toivo children, which includes the nephews, grandchildren, and cousins. Many speakers have quoted, I'll quote from his speech. "I have come to know that our people cannot expect progress as a gift from anyone, be it the United Nations or South Africa. Progress is something we shall have to struggle and work for. I believe the only way in which we shall be able and fit to secure that progress is to learn from our own experience and mistakes. Uncle was a man of wise words, many actions. He helped to liberate the country, stood firm where others wavered, only spoke once. And if you asked him, he would say, 'I told you.' And if you didn't listen, my brother and I would always get a beating." His teachings, he always told us, never compare yourself to others. Be able to forgive and say, "I'm sorry." And you heard from my brother and my sister, if he was wrong, he would call you and say he's wrong, but he would make a joke. He'd say, "I'm sorry for making that joke," or he'd say, "I've got a virus in my computer," and that's why he forgot. He taught us how to swim, my brother and I, because we moved from Katutura. We didn't know how to swim. We lived in this huge house with a swimming pool. Tate Nahas was our neighbor, and Andimba was our friend, but none of us could swim. So on one day, he decided to grab my brother and I and threw us in the pool, and he left us to basically swim to the wall. Our good friend Andimba just decided to run home and was just laughing at us. My brother also explained the Little Robben Island. Again, Nanyamba was our rescue, but he must have thought that this is very weird or torture, because he had come from Zambia, he had never seen this. He also taught us not to start something if you're not going to complete it. He has successfully completed his mission for his people. Some of his famous sayings, and I see many people say he's stubborn, he was very hardworking, but he was a very funny and humorous person, youthful and full of life. Rubbish meant you're talking nonsense, not true. Eat, we are going. It meant if you didn't finish in time, if you had to go to school or on a road trip, you're being left behind. Do not think you're clever.
means he knows what you're thinking. He would also say, I was not born yesterday, which means maybe what you're saying can be true. The famous one, which most people remember, my computer has a virus, which means he cannot specifically remember all the details. Because 99% of the time, Uncle knew when, who, and why that incident happened. I lived in his house. I worked in his office. I had fun with Papa until his last breath. He made me who I am. Papa was a very early bird. You heard Nashikoto saying he was up at 4. He was even up before the birds. And those who came to the house, you saw the long walk of freedom, the hill where he would walk 10 or 10 times up and down. And then he would have his routine of exercises, would be swimming, standing, doing handstands. If he found you sleeping after 6 o'clock in the morning, he would ask my brother and I, if you are sleeping like a king, what am I? Sleep was never allowed in our house unless he was sick, as it was a luxury, and no sleep kept Papa awake because he was always working, reading, visiting friends, and making time for comrades. He expected us all to work hard for our future, and he wanted us to access, basically to find our way in life without having to struggle too much. Schooling and education was compulsory, so he made sure for us to get the best education, to have something to eat, and to have fun by supporting all our sporting activities. How would he like us to remember him? He was a true people's person, and everyone was his child. Since Papa was very old, he was 92, nobody was older than him. Papa lived his life to the most and complemented with a lot of fun and humor. At home or in the office, they could never go a day without laughing or him telling you a joke. Papa lived his life loving people, was never captured, and used his own resources to provide for his family, friends, and comrades. He had a heart of gold for giving, and always worried about the disadvantaged people. I would cut my speech short and start off with a joke that the nephews and we created the last few days. On arrival in heaven, Madiba says to Andimba, finally you are here. Andimba says to Madiba, you were on a Rebel Island together, you have left me, Suka. So Andimba and Madiba are happy together. The last minutes with Papa, and this is the most touching part of my speech, and I think it's very important that people hear this. After the call from the SWAPO office, which is a party that he started, I was called by his bodyguard, driver Kapofi, to immediately go to the house because Papa was not feeling well. On arrival at just after 5 o'clock, I found him in his couch where he would always be sitting or reading his newspaper. At first I thought he was just reading or in a deep sleep. I tried to get a response from him. With no response, I then called the ambulance. With no response, I then decided to call Med Rescue. I truly thank the operator of Med Rescue, as she was very professional and extremely helpful when I tried to resuscitate Uncle for around about 10 minutes or so before the Med Rescue arrived. On arrival, they tried everything possible. With the assistance of Dr. Kachitai, they tried to revive Uncle. But it seems that Andimba and God had agreed that the 9th of June at 1822 was his last breath. He died at home in Windhoek East, in a district that he has lived in since independence. I would like the people of Amangundu, his birthplace, Namibia, Africa, and the entire world to know that Papa died very happy, peaceful, and a liberated man. In conclusion, when I got home, The first reading from the Bible that I opened was Exodus chapter 35, verses 29. The shining face of Moses. When Moses came down from Mount Sinai with the 2 tablets of the testimony in his hand, as he had come down from the mountain, Moses did not know that the skin of his face shone because he had been talking with God. I feel that when I saw Papa for the last time, his face was also shining like Moses. I will never forget your face. I'll never forget what you've done for us and everybody around us. Long live the legacy of Andimba Toivo. Long live the spirit of Andimba Toivo. Long live Ya Toivo. Long live. I salute you until we meet again.
Good afternoon, mourners. My name is Mutaleni Yatoivo. Before I share my favorite memories of Papa, I'd like to share our reflections on what we believe Papa expects from us. Papa expects us to be more tolerant and respectful to others, no matter their race, creed, status, or religious background. He treated all people the same, rich or poor, black or white, Christian, Muslim or Jew, and educated or not. Papa found it odd when a young person would respond, "I'm a Novambo or Herero or Damara," to question of what they are. He would always correct them by informing them that they are first Africans and secondly Namibians. He always said the struggle for economic freedom would be difficult because it is more personal than it is collective. As soon as some have obtained their economic freedom, many of those that found their freedom will forget about the rest. He constantly emphasized that we work for our country and continent and not simply for ourselves. He further expects us to be part of the people that will wage the bitter struggle for justice and economic freedom for all in Namibia and the African continent. He believed in the people of Namibia and Africa. He further believed Namibia's problem and those of the African continent can and shall only be solved by its people when we set our individual differences aside to work for the common good of our people. Papa, thank you, and thank you. We are who we are today because of our upbringing, in which you were extremely instrumental, and the principles you have taught us will remain with us forever. In your loving memory, we trust Namibia takes over the baton and will wage the bitter struggle for justice, equality, and economic freedom for all. I'd also like to share some of our memories with Papa. Our dad always used to motivate us by saying, "Work hard, don't give up, nothing comes easy. If you work hard and succeed, then Mom and I will be proud, and you will be too." For as long as I've known my father, he always had the same thing for breakfast. Strawberry yogurt was a must, fruits, water, tea with milk and honey, and artificial sweetener. And over the years, we changed it up a bit to make it so that he had enough energy for the day. We always used to attend receptions with our parents, even though we weren't invited, and the majority of the time, people would welcome us with open arms. Our father was everything positive you could imagine to be in one person. Although at times, he did have his negative side, it was just that his positive outlook outweighed his negative. He always kept in touch with his friends, whether it was visiting them at their houses on Sunday afternoon or calling them from home. In winter, his favorite thing to do to keep warm was lay his fold-up bed out in the warm sun and either continue to read the paper or take a nap. He always brought us gifts from wherever he traveled abroad. Our mother does the same, and that they have definitely instilled this in us. Whenever our friends came to the house, Papa would ask them what their names were, and from there he would go on to ask what their parents' names were. Many a times, when the same friends came back to the house, he'd ask them the same questions, and they complained that he forgot them or doesn't know them. Exercise was, I'm sure, one of his secrets to good health. Our dad had such an amazing sense of humor. We always shared the best laughs that we will never forget, but continue to have them with our amazing mother. Papa's teachings. He taught us determination and courage. He taught us fairness and justice. He taught us to respect our elders. We want Papa to be remembered for having run a good race and having done his portion. You can now go rest in eternal peace. Even though we are mourning, we are in actual fact celebrating his life. I just wanted everyone to know that, please, we're celebrating his life. He was an amazing man. We thank you.
Apollo has just asked me to say he's not going to add anything. Everything that we have said is what he would have said, and he just doesn't want to repeat it.
Thank you very much. Now the Mbushe, I'm really appealing to be brief because I'm wondering whether, oh, you are still continuing. Oh, I'm wondering whether we'll have light when the next speakers will be coming. It might be dark. Okay, so you follow, they are still, okay. No, but you say they are still continuing.
Notes that former president Hifikepunye Pohamba, the founding president, and last the keynote address by His Excellency Hage Geingob, the president of the Republic of Namibia, in that order. So we are in the final throes of our program.
I'd like to recognize Honorable President Geingob, the founding father of the nation, former President the former President Hifikepunye Pohamba, heads of states and diplomatic corps, distinguished guests, program directors, dear mourners, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Andimba Toivo Kapapilo, and I stand here today humbled to be representing all members of family who were fortunate enough to be named after late Andimba Toivo. We are all in one way or another the product of the love and guidance of our hero, the man who fought for the freedom of this country and who showed each one of us here what it means to live a honorable life, a life of sacrifice by putting the needs of the collective above those of the individual, and that it is possible to fight for one's beliefs and goals without compromising one's integrity. As a young boy whose family was displaced by the apartheid regime and living in the diaspora, Uncle Toivo became my hero and the idol after hearing so many accounts of his heroism from the adults around me. My mother used to tell us about a certain uncle of ours who I was named after, who was imprisoned at Robben Island because he stood against oppression and wanted justice for Namibia. The adult taught us about his journey, how he fought in the Second World War, how he became involved in political movement in South Africa, and lobbied the United Nations for the emancipation of Namibia from South Africa, and for which he was deported from South Africa. I was told that he was one of the founding members of OPPO and later SWAPO, and that his political activism in Namibia led to his incarceration on Robben Island under very harsh conditions. I was privileged to later meet Uncle Toivo for the first time in Lusaka after he was released from Robben Island. And I remember the promise he made to us by then, and I quote, "You will go home to our motherland and be united with the rest of the family," he said, end quote. I was amazed that although he already suffered at the hands of the apartheid regime, having sacrificed 16 years of his life in Robben Island, he was making this promise without a single shred of doubt in his voice. He was certain making that the freedom was possible. My mother said to me, the release would guarantee the end of apartheid, and surely enough, in 1989, we were able to return to Namibia. As a young man in the independent Namibia, Uncle Toivo showed me, by his own examples, the importance of keeping family united and supporting family members in times of crisis. He would make the effort of calling once a week to find out how my family and I were doing. He would ask if I had contacted any of the extended family members to see how they were doing, and scolded me if I had not. He rounded us all up to make sure we attended family weddings, funerals, and any other gathering so that the young people would know the extended families. I have a story to tell, and this is a personal story. In the year 2002, I was faced with a personal crisis. My older sister, Martha Martin, and I brought my sickly mother from Victoria Falls to Katimamlilo, where she suddenly passed away. Uncle Toivo drove from Katima and made arrangements for the preparation of my mother's remains. On that day, we had to seek refuge in Mr. Michael Mudaveti, who was here with us. On the day of the departure from Katimamlilo, he held my head in his hands and kissed me on the forehead and said, and I quote, "My nephew, your mother has left us. Now it's time for you to grow up fast and take charge of your siblings." End quote. He instructed me to drive the hearse and carry my mother to her last final resting place in Ovamboland. On that day, I immediately became a man. As a man approaching my middle ages, Uncle Toivo taught me that I must be willing to take difficult paths, no matter how long it may be. He said to me that opportunities are bound in Namibia because the country is now free. He said we should jealously guard the land he and other liberation heroes fought for and avoid greed at all costs. He reminded me that most of our struggle heroes are now tired and fragile, that they have done their part, and that it is now our turn to carry forward the torch towards prosperity for all Namibians. These are some of the memories of Uncle Toivo that we share, his words of wisdom that we carry with us. The example he was to us all, as we seek to live up to our name by working towards being heroes of our loved ones and our communities in our own ways, by being men of honor and integrity, and above all, putting the needs of our country first. With this I say, farewell, Uncle Toivo. We are eternally grateful for the light you were to us, and for the rest of Namibia. May your soul rest in eternal peace. I thank you.
Yes, we are reflecting and celebrating a life for 92 years, 10 months. Now we are going to listen to the message by the widow, Memeviki Toivo. You are kindly invited to deliver your message. It's a life well lived, and I think the time we have been here, we cannot compare with the time he lived and what he has done. And I think that's what is encouraging us to move forward. So we have to be patient with this person who has been also patient. I remember one day he was telling me something, that when he was celebrating his 50th birthday, he said, "God, if I become 70, you can call me." When he starts celebrating his 70th birthday, then he said, "This decision I have made, is it the right decision? God, give me as much as you want."
Directors of ceremonies, His Excellency Dr. Hage Geingob and Madam Gengos, His Excellency Dr. Sam Nyoma, His Excellency Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba and Madam Pohamba. In the interest of time, permit me to adopt the established protocol. We are here to celebrate the life the remarkable life of my husband, Andimba. We were together for nearly 33 years. He was my lover, friend, leader, comrade, partner, teacher, advisor, mentor, and role model. I will share with you a few glimpses of our life together, and will also share with you some of Andimba's own words. We will also post more information on the Andimba Toivo Recollections and Tribute page that we have now started on Facebook. First, how we met. Although some of you have now learned how we met, I don't think all of you have learned it. Many of the mourners may not know. I think Andimba and I were very fortunate to have met each other. I was a labor lawyer and a political activist in New York City. In October 1984, I invited my friend Lucia Hamtenia, then working at the United Nations, to a Communist Party election rally to be addressed by Angela Davis, a philosophy lecturer, political activist, and former political prisoner. She asked to bring along two Namibian friends. When I went to pick them up, I was shocked to see that one of the friends entering my small car was Andimba Toivo, together with Lucia and Leake Hangala. Andimba was well known to me because we had been campaigning for his release from prison. But I had never imagined that I would meet him in person. He was in New York to attend the United Nations General Assembly as the SWAPO Secretary General. After that day, and by the way, I must tell you, he told me that Angela Davis had always been one of his idols, or heroines. I met him sometime after that at the SWAPO office again, and again at a UN reception, but I merely greeted him respectfully. About 2 weeks after our first meeting, the SWAPO office phoned me and said that Comrade Yatoivo was on the line. Andimba asked me to meet with him. I thought he wanted to talk to me about political matters, but he got right to the point, as he usually does. He expressed his attraction to me and proposed that we start seeing each other on a personal basis. I was a little bit shocked, but the chemistry was too hard to resist. I suggested that we start and get to know each other better. We managed to see each other whenever possible over the next 5.5 years and kept in contact by letter, postcard, and telephone. I'm sure I had one of the largest phone bills in New York City. We eventually decided to share our lives together, and we married on March 29th, 1990 in Windhoek, a week after independence. During those early days of our relationship, I asked Andimba how he had managed to endure prison without losing his mind. Without skipping a beat, he said, "It was easy, because I knew that I was in jail for a noble cause." When I moved permanently to Windhoek in 1991, I joined a family in Andimba's household consisting of his mother, Kuku Nashikoto Elizabeth Malima, who welcomed me with an open heart, his son Raimo, now deceased, his sister's 2 little boys, Isaac and Philemon Nahum, whom we raised to manhood as our own sons, and Theo Gawaseb, who had lived as a toddler with Andimba in Luanda and stayed with us until his mother returned from her studies abroad. Andimba also introduced me to his sons Reggie, now deceased, and Apollo, who were born before independence. Before my arrival in Namibia, whenever Andimba traveled throughout the country as a minister or as a SWAPO leader, he had always been taking the boys with him. I think you heard some of these stories. I was present when the two goats were in the back of the car. Upon my arrival, he included me in his traveling team. After the birth of Nashikoto and Mutaleni in 1993, who were the greatest joy of Andimba's life, we traveled to the US and Cuba to introduce our twin daughters to family members and friends. During this trip, we traveled without a helper, and Andimba shouldered his share of all aspects of childcare. Now, the children have made their statements, and I think these were wonderful statements. They told you how their father contributed to their upbringing and shaped their values. Most importantly, he taught them to respect everyone as he did. I need to add that we had a lot of fun together as a family. I also would like to pay tribute to Andimba's sister Esther and brother Nestor, and to the whole extended family for the love and support that they have given us over the years and also during this very terrible period. I appeal to you, family and friends, to not leave our children alone, but to continue to shape and guide them as adults, as Andimba continued to do until his last breath. Qualities of Andimba. Andimba was one of the friendliest, if not the friendliest person in Namibia. You've heard this. He preferred to travel by road in Namibia so that he could be with the people. Every place we went, he kept making new friends, and he kept in touch with both the old and the new. His visits to sick friends and bereaved families were countless and legendary. He was always there. His friendships spanned the globe. He never forgot the international organizations, sovereign nations, mass movements, and ordinary people around the world who had rallied to the Namibian cause. Andimba's many friends contributed enormously to the richness of his life. I was tempted to single out a few, but I cannot do that. There were so many, and I don't want to leave anyone out. You, in your numbers, know who you are. I want to thank you for including him, and usually I, in the lives of your families, in your happy and sad, big and small occasions, and for sharing ideas, visions, worries, and problems with him. We want to continue this relationship with all of you. However, I do want to mention one person. You've seen him today, Helal Shutwete, his former student under the tree at St. Mary's in Odibo, and his fellow inmate from Robben Island. You've already heard that he was Andimba's best friend or BFF. In fact, Helal and Andimba had t-shirts of the two of them together that said BFF on them. Helal, you know how much Andimba loved you. Andimba was also a very curious person by nature, and he asked many questions. You've heard that. So, if you met Andimba for the first time, he would ask you, where are you from? Who are your parents? Many other questions about your family. More often than not, Andimba knew the parents or grandparents of the person, especially if he or she came from the north, and could provide previously unknown information about the family. His curiosity made him open to new experiences, such as snow tubing on a high mountain in Pennsylvania, or attending the Biltong Festival to get greater insight into Afrikaner culture. Although I am Jewish by birth, I attended a service at the Windhoek Hebrew congregation for the first time because Andimba told me that he had always wanted to visit a synagogue. I want to inform all of you, especially the young people, that Andimba was an avid and daily reader until his last day, especially a reader of biographies, books about history or politics. He also devoured international and local news. Andimba had a unique sense of humor, has been mentioned. I'm going to give you two stories. The first one was told to me by a man that I met at the Biltong Festival, who was an Afrikaner who had worked in the Ministry of Mines and Energy when Andimba was a minister. He was in the elevator with this man and asked him if he was going to his farm for the weekend. This was the conversation. Andimba, are you going to your farm for the weekend? Colleague, I don't have a farm, minister. Andimba, then you are a stupid bore. Colleague, are you going to your farm for the weekend, minister? Andimba, I don't have a farm. Colleague, then you're a stupid minister. Whenever, and I mean whenever, Andimba met a foreign man who was married to a Namibian woman, he would say to the man, and I quote, "This lady that you married is my niece. You owe me lobola. I don't want cattle and I don't want money. I want 365 elephants, 50, what he referred to as giraffes, 20 zebra, and 15 lions." One day, I received a call from a woman from Swakopmund who had married a German from Europe. She said that her husband wanted to meet us to deliver the first installment of the lobola. They brought with them a huge board with a beautiful arrangement of 365 small carved elephants. You can see it if you come to our home. Now, whenever Andimba met one of the many who had not paid, and this was as recently as last month, he would greet the person by saying, "You still owe me the lobola." The many tributes made to Andimba during these days are consistent, as was Andimba. He was transparent, treated everyone the same way, and always stuck to his principles. That is why everyone, and we've heard it over and over now, has been talking about his humanity and his outstanding values and qualities, such as courage, integrity, honesty, tenacity, humility, fairness, and diligence. He was also consistent in prison. As the prison officials reported, quote, "Toivo had, since his incarceration, not relented his anti-white point of view. He refuses to communicate with any official, and his behavior is generally poor. He does not submit to any authority, and he is not very satisfied to be held in a South African prison. His general prognosis can be described as bad, and there is no question about any form of rehabilitation." That was Andimba. His values. Andimba and I came together not only because of personal attraction, but because we shared the same values and the same worldview. I will now share with you some of his words. As a prisoner, he authored a petition in 1971 on behalf of Namibian prisoners. Quote, "What I want to say is that the boat is ready to take you back to Holland. You came from there to steal our land. Remember, perhaps you and I will not be there anymore when the Bantu takes over, but your children will blame you for the manner in which you treated the Bantu. You see this desk and chairs? This is the work of the black man. One of these days, we will be sitting there. I am here as a leader, and I will continue to act for my people. I will continue to say we, because I am doing my duty as a leader." On unity. Comrades and friends, we should not take for granted what we have achieved so far. The unity of our people is the most important precondition to obtain the goals that we have set for ourselves. We must cherish this unity and nurture it. This means that tribalism has no place in our society. We are Namibians first, and should not allow ourselves to be divided. The unity of our people also requires that we wage war against the vast gap between the few rich and the masses of the poor among our people. The shameful income inequality that exists in Namibia today undermines the dignity for which we struggled and is the major obstacle to achieving our aspirations. This should be the central and daily preoccupation of our political leaders and of the leaders and members of our institutions, of our private sector, and of civil society. We cannot maintain and nurture unity if we permit inequality to fester. We must respect each other as Namibians and as world citizens. We must dedicate ourselves to work for the common welfare of our people until we achieve total economic emancipation. This means that we must work harder to eliminate corruption, selfishness, greed, and intolerance from our society. This is how we will safeguard our precious peace and how we will go forward to become a nation whose people can fully enjoy the fruits of independence. In the same vein, we should recall that the South Africans released Andimba from prison 2 years early, in 1984, with the hope of creating a division within SWAPO. They could not succeed because Andimba, a loyal member, attached the greatest importance to maintaining the unity of SWAPO as a prerequisite for achieving independence and achieving the longer-term objectives of the national liberation struggle. On meeting the challenges, I quote, "Many of the dreams of our parents and grandparents and of our own generation have yet to be met. While new and complex challenges face us as a nation, most of our people remain poor. Some of our compatriots still struggle to have enough to eat. Although the opportunities for the education of our youth have expanded greatly, we have not yet reached a goal of quality education for all. Many of our people are idle, without land, without jobs, or resources for their own entrepreneurial activities. Although much has been achieved, we cannot say that the vestiges of apartheid have been totally eliminated from Namibia, nor can we say that women have yet to assume an equal role in society. These are some of the challenges that we face. Our goals cannot be achieved unless we devote ourselves single-mindedly to the development of our nation and the upliftment of our people. This requires us as leaders to forge the kind of cohesion and common purpose among our people that existed in our struggle for independence. Our success as a nation should be measured by the increase in the living standards of all Namibians. We must encourage individual initiative in all areas and give strong support to Black empowerment, but should not sanction unfair practices or the concentration of the wealth of this nation into the hands of the few, whether Black or white. Our youth should be brought up to understand that owning a Mercedes-Benz or other luxurious vehicle alone is not a true measure of success. They must understand that the value of a person is measured first by his or her character. They must also be taught the value of public service and community service. We must take the issue of corruption seriously and not give mere lip service to combating corruption. His message to the youth. In launching a booklet about his history, which you've received today, Andimba addressed himself to the youth. This booklet can help young people to realize that ordinary people, such as myself and my colleagues, and such as themselves, can achieve great things and can change the world for the better if they adhere to principle, if they work hard, and if they never give up despite obstacles and setbacks. To youth and students, he also said, "Be honest and stay focused. Listen to the advice of your parents. We need you to develop yourselves and to excel as professionals, academics, artisans, entrepreneurs, and public servants in order to make our country the best place in the world to live." Message to leaders. We must know and remember that we are servants of the people who voted and elected us to represent their wishes, aspirations, and interests at all times. Being a member of Parliament or even a minister should not be seen as a good opportunity to achieve status and riches. If those are your goals, you would do better to pursue other careers. There is no room in politics or public service for people who use their positions to enrich themselves. Corruption among the leadership sets an example of tolerance for corruption at all levels of society. On Cuba, well, you know that Andimba loved the Cuban people. He loved Cuba and he loved the Cuban people. I think the quote that I was going to quote has already been quoted by a previous speaker about what the Cuban Revolution had achieved. So I'm going to leave it and move on. On role models. In speaking at the 100th anniversary of the birth of the great South African leader, Walter Sisulu, with whom Andimba shared many years on Robben Island, Andimba said, "From my study of history, I have observed that the struggle against oppression has produced men and women who, despite their humble backgrounds, rose to greatness through the force of their character, their integrity, and their unwavering commitment to improve the lives of their people. Some of the greatest leaders were those who were blessed with humility. Such was Walter Sisulu. We need leaders in the mold of Walter Sisulu, who are honest, humble, and selfless, who work single-mindedly to alleviate human suffering and to defeat poverty, who respect divergent opinions, and who work for the unity of the peoples of Africa and of our planet in their quest for a better life and a better world." This was how Andimba described his friend and comrade, but I would equally describe my husband the same and hope that we will remember him in the same way. Andimba, the plane which you said you were waiting for has departed with you as the only passenger. You have reached your destination, and soon we will also become passengers and embark on that very same journey. Before closing, I just want to say briefly, on my own behalf, and you will hear tomorrow on behalf of the family, that I am thankful. I want to thank the President, the government, and all sectors of the Namibian people who have come forward in these days with such an outpouring of love for my husband and support for our family. It really has helped us to appreciate and celebrate the life of Andimba. On behalf of my dear husband, I want to say the struggle continues.
Well done.
Was it good?
Why is the First Lady eating?
Toivo.
Yes, a very moving speech there from the widow. Now, the next item on the program is a tribute by a saxophonist, what is his name? And his name is Tony Younger or Janga. Janga. He's going to play the saxophone.
Program, and we have agreed that now we will allow all the statements to be made, and thereafter we will have the performance. In fact, there will be 3 performances by Tony, first by the students, followed by Tony and the brass band. But we will do all this after we hear all the statements. Thank you. I now kindly invite His Excellency Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba, former president, to come and deliver his message.
It's getting a bit cold here at the stadium.
It's
I must
getting
say.
definitely chilly.
But everybody is now on attention because the former president is making his way. That is Hifikepunye Pohamba. We have heard from that eulogy of Nahazangula that Hifikepunye Pohamba was one of the mobilizers whom they met, or whom Andimba Toivo worked with in the northern parts of the country. And so they forged some close cooperation and some close relations there.
They particularly became close as well when Andimba went into exile. They became very close at that particular time. Yes.
Then obviously there is that iconic picture of Andimba Toivo and the former president in Angola, and I think in one of the transit camps, and where they were just about to introduce Andimba Toivo to the SWAPO members who were in exile as well. Very iconic picture there.
Well, let's cross over to the president, to the former president.
President of the Republic of Namibia, Meme Monica Kaingos, our First Lady, Your Excellency Dr. Sem Safishuna Nujoma, founding father of our Republic, Madam Vicky Yatoivo, children and the bereaved family, Your Excellency Dr. Nikki Yambo, our Vice President, Sarah Kuongerwa Madila, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Peter Shivote, the Chief Justice, Professor Peter Gachavivi, the Speaker of our National Assembly, Madam Mensa Williams and Mr. Williams, our Chairperson of the National Council, Comrade Nangolo Mbumba, Secretary General of SWAPO Party, and the leaders of other political parties, Honorable Ministers, Members of Parliament, Members of Diplomatic Corps, comrades, and friends. Today, I stand here to join the Namibian nation and the world at large, not in mourning, but in celebrating the life well lived of Comrade Andimba Toivo. The late Comrade Andimba Toivo was one of the bravest sons of Namibia who has done so much for the people of Namibia. And at the age of 92 years, he has gone home to rest in eternal peace with his Creator, Almighty God. He is a true hero, fearless, an icon of our national liberation struggle, a patriotic Namibian citizen, a freedom fighter, and an internationalist, a Robben Island political prisoner, a humanitarian, a visionary leader and a man of deep convictions, whose life has been full of trials and tribulations because of his determination to fight for freedom, justice, and the independence of his people. Late Comrade Andimba Toivo, who is lying before us here, lifeless, today will be forever remembered with a profound fondness for his determination and the commitment to the struggle for freedom and the independence of our country. We should celebrate the fruit of his long and purposeful journey that he traveled to freedom and the independence of this country, Namibia. I do not wish to repeat the profile of late Andimba Toivo. However, this is unavoidable, as I wish to pay tribute to Andimba's endurance of hardship and sweat that he went through his entire life before independence. He suffered for the freedom and the peace we are enjoying today. Together with other compatriots such as Eliashel Tuhadeleni, Johnny Otto Nankudu, Simeon Dinekela Kambokashikungileni, Lazarus Zakaria, David Hamnime, Helao Yosef Stuete, Eino Kamati Ekanjo, and Midipo Yesaya Haufiku, and the others who served their sentence in Robben Island. Late Andimba Toivo was sentenced to 20 years imprisonment in Robben Island. After he was languishing, or he languished in the Pretoria prison, late Toivo was, however, determined to serve the sentence to the end. Due to the higher political pressure put on the South African apartheid and the colonial regime by SWAPO, in solidarity with the international progressive communities, late Toivo, together with his comrades, were released after 18 years in the South African prison. Let us remember the hardship and sweat that late Andimba Toivo went through in Pretoria and Robben Island prisons during these 18 years, as part of the history of our country, Namibia. After his release in 1984 from Robben Island prison, late Toivo did not give up or wavered the fight for Namibia's freedom and independence. He immediately joined the rest of his comrades and the SWAPO leadership headed by Comrade Sam Nujoma in exile. His contribution during that time as one of the SWAPO leaders will go down in the history of SWAPO and that of the national liberation struggle of Namibia. Late Andimba Toivo accomplished his mission to free Namibia from colonialism and apartheid of South Africa when he and the other comrades returned home in 1989. And from 1990, he was one of the SWAPO party leaders who brought into existence the world-praised supreme law, the Namibian Constitution. Let us celebrate late Andimba's unquestionable contribution to the nation building of this country after independence. The voice of the late Comrade Andimba Toivo is still loud echoing in my ears, reflecting the time when he was a member of parliament, a member of cabinet, a member of political bureau, and the central committee of SWAPO party. Namibia has lost a hero, a revolutionary, a patriot, a national leader, a fearless son who dedicated his entire life to the service of the Namibian people. Yesterday, I read in the newspaper. I read a proposal in the newspaper. I have forgotten which newspaper it was. Somebody proposing that Ondangwa Airport should be named after Andimba Toivo. I was excited about this proposal. I support this proposal. I see a lot of clapping of hands. If that is the case, why can't we refer the matter to those who are putting things legally in the right perspectives? I think many of them are here, and they see the clap. And perhaps if it is going to be done, we thank the person who put this article in a newspaper. Last night when I went to bed, I was thinking about it, and I dreamed. I dreamed from Hosea Kutako Airport going to the Andimba Toivo Airport. That was a dream that has been brought up by what I have read. And I think this is a good idea. It's a good idea to call Ondangwa Airport Andimba Toivo Airport. Dear comrades, and fellow mourners. Late Comrade Andimba led an exemplary life, which should inspire us, especially the youth of this country. We have heard from the children of Andimba. We have heard from the wife of Andimba. I think Namibians, some of them, they were surprised to see a widow standing here talking about the husband. In most cases, you see them being represented by somebody. I want to thank Comrade Vicky Toivo for this, courageous, to stand up here to tell the story about her husband. She did not send somebody to do it for herself, but she did it. Moreover, we should be inspired by his friendliness. I'm talking about Toivo. Humility and impeccable integrity. As we mourn his passing, we should also celebrate his rich life and legacy he leaves behind. May his soul rest in eternal peace. I thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes, mission accomplished. There is a request from the organizing committee that all the statements that are made, can they please be handed to Ambassador Kalomo? Because the family would like those statements. So it will be highly appreciated if they are given to Ambassador Kalomo. We are now going to hear a message by His Excellency Comrade Dr. Sam Nujoma, founding president and father of the Namibian nation. Comrade founding president, the floor is yours to give your tribute in this occasion as we celebrate a hero, for a colleague who worked with you for many years.
Please be seated. Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies, Honorable Netumbo Nadi-Ndaitwah, Deputy Prime Minister, and the Minister for International Relations and Cooperation. The window, Comrade Vicky Toivo, the children, grandchildren,
and the entire bereaved family. Your Excellency, Dr. Hage Geingob, President of the Republic of Namibia, and the Madam Monica Geigos, First Lady. Your Excellency, Dr. Nikki Yambo, Vice President of the Republic of Namibia, Your Excellency, Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba, former President of the Republic of Namibia, and the Madam Pohamba, former First Lady. Right Honorable Sarah Kugongerwa Madira, Prime Minister of the Republic of Namibia, and the Comrade Madira. Honorable Professor Peter Kachavivi, Speaker of the National Assembly, and the Madam Jane Kachavivi. Honorable Margaret Mensah Williams, Chairperson of the National Council, and the Comrade Williams. Honorable Peter Shivute, Chief Justice, and the Madam Judge Shivute. Honorable Ministers, Honorable Members of Parliament, retired Bishop Honorable Dr. Zephania Kameta, Minister of Poverty, Eradication and Social Welfare. Honorable Nagoro Buba, Secretary General of the SWAPO Party. Honorable McHenry Venani, leader of the official opposition. Honorable Raul Kachirwa, Deputy Secretary General of SWAPO Party, and the Governor of Commerce Region, and all governors present. Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished service chiefs, comrades, former Namibia, Robben Island political prisoners, comrades, veterans of the liberation struggle, esteemed traditional, spiritual, and the community leaders, members of the media, fellow mourners. We are gathered here today to pay our last respects to the memory of Namibia's grand hero and the pioneering veteran of our liberation struggle, the late Comrade Andimba Toivo. Indeed, I was deeply saddened to learn of the passing on of Comrade Andimba Toivo, a SWAPO stalwart who made an immense contribution to Namibia's national liberation struggle. I know a lot was said in the eulogy and by the previous speakers. I will simply concentrate on how I know the late Comrade Andimba Toivo. As we all are aware, the late Comrade Andimba Toivo, together with the others, such as the late Jacob Kuhangwa, is the founding members of the Ovamboland People's Congress on the 2nd August 1957 in Cape Town, South Africa, with the main aim and objectives to terminate the inhuman contract labor system under which our people were forced to work for meager wages. In 1958, the late Comrade Andimba Toivo sent a message to the United Nations through Comrade Bruba Kerina, who was then a student at the Lincoln University in the United States of America, and one of the first Namibia petitioners at the United Nations, together with the late Reverend Mike Scott. For security reasons, Comrade Andimba Toivo sent a tape-recorded message and a letter. The tape was concealed in a copy of the book Treasure Island by Robert Louis Stevenson. The letter arrived first at the United Nations and read by Comrade Karina to the Fourth Committee of the General Assembly to petition the United Nations to force the white minority apartheid regime of South Africa to relinquish the then Southwest Africa to the Trusteeship Council of the United Nations. Comrade Andimba Toivo was expelled from Cape Town shortly after his petition made headline in the New York Times, and he was deported on the 4th of December 1958 to Windhoek and then to Ondangwa. The apartheid regime, under a pretext that he was working with the leading progressive anti-apartheid movements such as African National Congress, South African Communist Party, individuals such as Professor Jack Simons and his wife Ray Alexander, as well as with the liberals like Patrick Dangen and Rudolph Vine. At the same time, his compatriot late Comrade Yarire Tundu Kozongwizi was deported to Windhoek. I recall that in 1959, while still working with the Kastenfeld in Windhoek, I received a letter from Comrade Andimba Toivo informing me that he had been threatened with the deportation to Angola. I learned that Comrade Andimba Toivo was under inhuman conditions and suffering immensely as he was kept under chains by the puppet tribal authority and the chieftains of Johannes Kambode Ete Okaroko. The racist white South African colonial regime and the colonial Portuguese regime collaborated across the borders, and I knew that deporting Comrade Andimba Toivo to Angola was a tactic to eventually get rid of him. I immediately sent a telegram to the United Nations, which I got to know about through working with the late Chief of Sea Kutako, Kachukurume, urging the United Nations to stop such deportation. This led to a visit at my workplace by the newly commissioned Chief of the Special Branch of the Police by the name of Blau, accompanied by a native policeman by the name of Martin Nangombe, threatening me with arrest because of the telegram I sent to the United Nations. Despite all these distractions, our focus was firmly on freeing ourselves from the yoke of the inhuman contract labor system and the draconian pass laws system, and how we can obtain our freedom and independence through the assistance of the United Nations. On the 19th of April, 1959, together with Comrade Louis Nerengani and the Ovambled People's Congress, founding member Comrade Jacob Kuhangwa and the others, we formed the Ovambled People's Organization, OPO, and adopted a copy of the OPC Constitution with the slight changes to suit the political conditions in the then Southwest Africa. I personally typed it out in a second-hand typewriter I had bought from an old German lady in Windhoek. I was elected as Ovambled People's Organization OPO first president, deputized by the late Comrade Louis Nelengani, with the Comrade Jacob Kuhangwa serving as OPO Secretary General. We were able to recruit members in large numbers in spite of the difficulties involved in moving around the country compounded by the past laws. Nevertheless, the formation of OPO allows us to consolidate our resolve and the petition under the one umbrella henceforth. In fostering this, from August 1959, I traveled extensively through clandestinely between Windhoek, Walvis Bay, Tsumeb, and the northern Namibia in mobilizing and setting up branch structures for the OPO. Although we communicated through letters and other means, Comrade Andimba Toivo and I have never met face to face during this time. The closest we got to each other was when the train I traveled on crossed a train he was traveling on at the Jackass Dry railway sidings south of Tsumeb during August 1959. On the 29th of February 1960, I jumped bail and left the then Southwest Africa to pursue the Namibian liberation struggle from outside the country as OPO president. However, after meeting leaders from independent African countries and the various international solidarity organizations, the need for the formation of a true national liberation movement was exposed. I then communicated to the OPO leadership back home to transform OPO into a national liberation movement which heralded the formation of the Southwest Africa People's Organization, SWAPO, on the 19th of April 1960. It was at this formation that I was elected as SWAPO president in absentia. The failure of meaningful result from our various diplomatic efforts in petitioning the United Nations and the other international organizations, the mockery of the International Court of Justice at the Hague judgment, and the continued repression of the Namibian people by the apartheid white South African colonial regime left SWAPO with no other alternative but to take up arms and lodge the armed liberation struggle on the 26th of August 1966 at Onguru-Gombashi. During the planning and preparations for the launch of the armed liberation struggle, the SWAPO freedom fighters were strictly ordered to report to the SWAPO leadership inside the country, amongst them Comrade Eliasira Tuhandere Kahumba Kandora and Comrade Andimba Toivo. Comrade Andimba Toivo and the other SWAPO leaders were able to facilitate the logistics that led to the establishment of the SWAPO military bases inside the country, including Onguru-Gombashi, which led to Comrade Andimba Toivo's arrest. Subsequently, he was tried in Pretoria, South Africa, and was incarcerated at Robben Island together with the other Namibia political prisoners for many years. Your Excellency, fellow monarchs, we are bidding farewell to exceptionally dedicated and principled compatriot and a freedom fighter. His statement during their trials in Pretoria in 1967 was a great inspiration for the Namibian struggle in defiance of the illegal occupation of Namibia by racist South Africa, and read as follows, and I quote, "We are Namibians and not South Africans. We do not now and will not in the future recognize your right to govern us, to make laws for us in which we have no say, to treat our country as if it was your property and us as if you are our masters. We have always regarded South Africa as an intruder in our country. This is how we have always felt, and this is how we feel now, and it is on this basis that we have faced this trial, quote unquote. This is the statement Comrade Andimba Toivo made during the trial in Pretoria. Comrade Andimba Toivo also stated the following prophetic words, and I quote, "I know that the struggle will be longer and bitter, but I too know that my people will wage that struggle to the end," quote unquote. After he was released from Robben Island on the 1st of March 1984, he joined us in exile and became SWAPO's Secretary General until we attained our freedom and the genuine independence on 21st March 1990. As we were forming an independent Namibia's first SWAPO government, I appointed the late Comrade Andimba Toivo as our first Minister of Mines and Energy, then Minister of Labor, and the later Minister of Prisons and Correctional Services until his retirement from active politics. Comrade Andimba Toivo has contributed immensely to the liberation struggle and to the consolidation of SWAPO party government. It is therefore commendable that the government of the Republic of Namibia accorded him a hero's funeral as an acknowledgement for his heroic deeds and sacrifices. Although his body ceased to move, his spirit lives and his name will be entered into his history book as one of the fearless freedom fighters Namibia has produced. Indeed, even if Comrade Andimba Toivo will be dearly missed by the entire Namibian nation, and in particular by his family, sorrow should not subdue us, because his legacy is the peaceful Namibia we see today. The most befitting way to honor his memory is to protect that peace at all cost. Let us therefore continue to celebrate his life and pick up the medal at the torch where he left off. As we prepare to lay our comrade to rest and join his fellow foreign heroes and heroines, allow me therefore, on behalf of the Nuyoma family, and indeed on my own behalf, to convey our deep-felt sympathies and sincere condolences to the widow, Comrade Vicky Toivo, the children, grandchildren, and the entire bereaved family and the comrades on the loss of Comrade Andimba Toivo. His contribution to the achievement of Namibia's freedom and genuine independence will be remembered by the present and the future generation of Namibia. May we be comforted by grand fortitude during this difficult time of mourning. May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Yes, we have learned that Comrade Noma and Comrade Toivo, though they have not met at the initial stage, they have been communicating. And that's what takes us where we are. We have listened to messages coming from different institutions, individuals, and family members. We have now come to the point when we are going to get the message of the nation that is going to be delivered by His Excellency Comrade Dr. Hage Geingob, President of the Republic of Namibia, and I call you all to join me as I invite Comrade President to the podium. Comrade President.
Please be seated. Thank you. Before I start, and after my consultations, I have to announce that we also got sad news whereby one of our neighbors, the former president of Botswana, Fred Masire, also left us. He has been our friend, one of the first visitors here after our independence. So, again, holding hands, I'll ask you to all stand up to observe a minute of silence in his honor. Thank you. Directors of Memorial Service, Madame Vicky Toivo, the children, and the rest of the bereaved family. The founding president and the father of the Namibian nation, Comrade Dr. Sam Nujoma. Second President of the Republic of Namibia, Comrade Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba and Madame Pohamba. The Right Honorable Prime Minister Dr. Sarah Kubangera Amazila, Honorable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, and also the Director of Ceremonies here, Conrad Andimba Toivo, and Lieutenant General Denga Toivo. Honorable Speaker of National Assembly, Professor Peter Gachavivi, and Madame Jane Gachavivi, Honorable Chairperson of the National Council, Margaret Mensah, Williams and Mr. Williams, Your Lordships, Chief Justice Peter Shivute and Madame Shivute, Honorable Ayanda Dotlo, Minister of Communications of the Republic of South Africa, who is here to represent President Zuma of South Africa. Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members of Parliament, Honorable Governors present here, led by the Governor of Commerce Region, Comrade Nangola Bumba, Secretary General of the SWAPO Party, members of the SWAPO Party, Political Bureau and Central Committee, veterans of the liberation struggle, Honorable McHenry Venani, leader of the official opposition, and also other leaders who may be here from other political parties. Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished service chiefs, esteemed religious, traditional, and community leaders, members of the local and international media, fellow mourners. Today, we mourn the passing of a giant. It is an old tale about life and death. In the tale, life asked death, "Why do people love me but hate you?" The death responded, "Because you are a beautiful lie, and I am a painful truth." On June 9, 2017, we had to deal with a painful truth that we are all on a borrowed time. The painful truth that there can be no life without death. The 9th of June will forever be ingrained in our memory as the day we wept. The cries of anguish could be heard from Switzerland to South Africa, from Lusaka to Luanda, from Havana to Helsinki. We wept. We wept for a man of the world. We wept for a son of the continent. We wept for a hero of our country, a distinguished freedom fighter, a patriot, and a bearer of the ethos of Southern Africa's long and bitter struggle for independence. The grief remained, but the tears made way for tributes. From all walks of life, people from all over the world paid heartfelt tribute to Andimba. Over the past 2 weeks, many here at home and abroad have persuasively portrayed Comrade Toivo as a loyal husband, a devoted father, a pioneering freedom fighter, a man ahead of his time. As different people spoke, the same Andimba emerged. When you tell the truth, truth doesn't change. Only the lies can change. Therefore, since we are talking about Andimba, same Andimba emerged. Stubborn, principled, fearless, selfless, and he hated liars and thieves. When thinking about Andimba's character, a Swahili proverb comes to mind, and quote unquote, wherever a man goes to dwell, his character goes with him. It is no surprise that Comrade Toivo's character followed him all his life. Like a sweet and commanding fragrance, it permeated everything he touched. With a clear vision of the way ahead, Andimba's compass was calibrated to seek fairness and justice. His prior life as a teacher, a farm worker, a railway police officer, a soldier in the Second World War, gave him unique preparation for this difficult journey. Firstly, he could speak English. Not many black people in 1958 could speak English, never mind in the court. And this happened when he was arrested in Tume, those of us, and he was using English in the court. And all of us, including those who arrested him, couldn't understand. And we're very happy to see that. We were told that Toivo's Finnish name, and here I must tell you something, when I heard and known that Toivo is Toivo, I thought a Namibian name. So when Finns were talking about Toivo, their Toivo, I was very proud and I said, oh, these people really like us. They even named their children after our hero. I didn't know that we are the ones who stole the Finnish name. Toivo is a Finnish name for hope. And Andimba Toivo was indeed our beacon of hope. We are Namibians and not South Africans. With those words, Andimba succeeded in putting the frustration and anger of the oppressed into words. He delegitimized the apartheid regime and articulated a rallying cry of the oppressed by saying, the struggle will be long and bitter. Harassment, incarceration, and exile did not break the spirit of Andimba, nor silence his powerful voice. It simply made him louder and louder. Comrade Toivo rose like a phoenix from the dark sands of Omangundu. His selfless service to Namibian people, serving as constant reminder of the renewal of mind and spirit required to drive Namibia to prosperity. Fellow mourners, only a man of exceptional character can spearhead the genesis of a mass movement with a mandate to unite Namibians to fight a common enemy. Together with the likes of Emil Apollos, Fanuel Kodongwidi, Andrea Shipanga, Maxton Joseph, Jacob Kuhangwa, Solomon Mifima, Otili Shimin Abrams, Kenneth Abrams, and others formed the Ovamboland People's Congress in Cape Town. We already had that. These individuals carved out a path from which there was no turning back. A path where there would be no compromise. A path where there will only be two choices, death or freedom. In 1959, the OPC was transformed into the Ovamboland People's Organization. But I will add, after realizing that all Namibians were oppressed, because earlier we thought it's Ovamboland, where people come on contract labor system. And therefore we thought, all of us, those who were there who joined to form this organization to fight against contract labor. But we realized that all of us were equally oppressed, were in the chains. Therefore, O was replaced with Swa, and it was added to Po, which later on came to say SWAPO. Comrade Toivo was instrumental in the birth of SWAPO and the birth of Namibia as a free and independent nation. By now, we all know that in December 1958, Toivo was given 72 hours to leave Cape Town after it was discovered that he sent that petition to the United Nations, as we already heard earlier. He took a train back to northern Namibia, but was arrested in Tsumeb before he could complete his journey. In Tsumeb, I must say, I was a young boy. We just went to Agostinium, and that first vacation, I was there. And Godfrey Gausep is late also, noticed a familiar name, face that he saw in New Age magazine or newspaper. He recognized him and said, "That's Herman Toivo." Out of excitement, we ran to confirm if this distinguished-looking man was indeed our hero. The late Gausep asked him whether he was Herman Toivo, and he responded in the affirmative. We couldn't speak English much, and therefore we just were satisfied to see him and laughingly walk away. Later that day, we heard he was arrested by the South African authorities for trespassing at the compound. While I was a member by association, I formalized my membership of SWAPO in 1962 and left for exile in the same year for Botswana when I was 21 years old. So I met already Toivo that time. Then Tsumeb also made me to meet these important leaders. That's where I also met Comrade Hifikepunye Pohamba, all of them being deported back. And I met him in '62 in Tsumeb. In 1964, 6 years after our first encounter, I was appointed as SWAPO Party Chief Representative at the United Nations. I wrote a letter to Comrade Hishona, who was our branch secretary at Tsumeb. And he passed that letter on to Comrade Toivo, as he was a regional secretary. In the letter, I sought guidance on the best way to perform my role and also requested an update on the current situation in Namibia. As many of you know, Andimba never gave short answers. He responded to my letter with his trademark long answer, where he explained to me in great detail what he thought my role should be and gave me strong encouragement in carrying out my mandate. That was the Andimba we all know. Inspirational, generous with his time, and always willing to guide and mentor those who sought his wise counsel. Comrade Toivo's path is a shining example of triumph under difficult circumstances. His nerves of steel came to the fore during the infamous trial of the state versus Duhadeleni and 36 others in June 1967, where he, as you know, delivered his defiant statement. I'm not going to quote that. Many of us already quoted it, so we know it very well. Comrade Toivo delivered this stinging rebuke in the belly of the beast, with the full knowledge that his captors had no reservations about killing those who displayed dissent or resistance. He was ready to face the most serious repercussions. Just like another icon of the struggle against apartheid, Comrade Nelson Mandela, who 3 years earlier, in the Rivonia trial in the same court, had declared his willingness to die for the cause. Comrade Andimba was similarly inclined to sacrifice his life for the ideal of a better humanity. Like Mandela, Comrade Toivo's words of defiance would land him in notorious Robben Island prison. Comrade Andimba's words transcended the arena of the courtroom and echoed beyond our continent, capturing the will and resolve of the African people to free Africa from colonialism and the architecture of intolerance, racism, tribalism, and underdevelopment. His words became a rallying point, clarion call for the people of Namibia to intensify the struggle for freedom. I remember working day and night with Reverend Bill Johnston of the Episcopal Churchman for Southern Africa to put Comrade Toivo's words in a pamphlet form so that we could promote Namibia's cause at United Nations and in Americas. With Andimba's strength of his convictions and directness of his speech in enemy territory, I knew that he had won what the London Guardian later described as the battle of nerves. I recall with fondness how we all impatiently waited for him at the airport in Lusaka. Upon his release from prison in 1984, we were all at the airport, the leadership of SWAPO and the students from the Institute for Namibia, to await the arrival of a tall, well-built man who arrived with a big smile. Comrade Andimba demonstrated his love by playfully punching and lifting some of us up. Those playful punches were painful. And when he was lifting people or greeting, he would squeeze you. He was very strong. And we could only imagine the ferocity of the legendary punch that knocked out a prison warder on Robben Island, who dared to disrespect Comrade Andimba. Ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends, fellow mourners, we have lost more than a hero of the liberation struggle, more than a revolutionary. We have lost a man who epitomizes the core ideals that make us the nation we are today. The ideals and values captured today in our Constitution. Ideals and values coursed through Comrade Toivo's veins for all his 92 years on this earth. His durable principles, an inexhaustible reservoir of compassion, forgiveness, patience, and sense of justice allowed him to shun the murky waters of greed and factionalism. The Latin American revolutionary Che Guevara would remind us, and I quote and unquote, every day people straighten up their hair, why not their hearts? May the passing of Toivo be the moment we straighten our hearts and realign our words and actions for the attainment of a Namibia that Toivo would be proud of. Toivo straightened his heart, and it was this heart that provided space for Comrade Toivo to forgive. As Namibians and mourners, we shall draw from this power of forgiveness and unity from that great man. It was this straight heart that made him espouse the principles of unity and pulling in the same direction. It was also this straight heart that will lead him to find his soulmate, the love of his life, Comrade Vicky. Vicky and Andimba were kindred spirits who were united by their activism. Last year, on his 91st birthday, Vicky told my wife and I that he had decided to throw a birthday party for Andimba every single year, as each year was a blessing that needed to be celebrated. I remember being touched at her devotion, and now that he has passed before his next birthday, I realize the wisdom of her decision to celebrate her husband, maybe for the last time. I often wondered how Vicky and Andimba managed to agree on anything because of truth. If truth be told, both Vicky and Andimba loved a good debate. I remember fondly when Andimba came to my 74th birthday, that's a secret, 74th birthday party in August last year. I tried to assist him to his chair, and he hid my hand away and said, "Ithange, you did not bring me here." I thought perhaps Vicky, who did bring him, would have better luck, but her helping hand was also pushed away. He was never diplomatic, but was always sincere. When Boutros Ghali was running for UN Secretary General's job, he was touring Africa, and he came to Lusaka, and Comrade Toivo was there. I don't know who in Swapo assigned Comrade Toivo to meet Boutros Ghali, to talk to him. Boutros Ghali apparently talked about he wants to be a Secretary General. Toivo just said, "You are sellouts. You sellout Palestinian. We can't support you." So the Egyptian ambassador was so worried, and we talked, and I had to go to the embassy. I had to go and say, "You know, that man just comes from the jail. He doesn't know diplomacy, so forgive him, please." He was never diplomatic, but was always sincere. What was most enduring was that Andimba could disagree without being disagreeable. We must learn that. We can disagree, we can debate, we can compete for posts at elections, but we don't have to be disagreeable. Thank you, Vicky, for sharing Andimba with all of us and for looking after him so well. Chinese philosopher Lao Tzu says, and I quote, "Being deeply loved by someone gives you strength, while loving someone deeply gives you courage," unquote. These words perfectly capture the relationship between Comrade Andimba and yourself, Vicky. Yours is a relationship of strength and courage. The beauty of Andimba and Vicky's union is captured by their two beautiful daughters, Mutaleni and Nashikoto. The twins are a reflection of an extraordinary mosaic we are paying tribute to. Together with their adopted brothers, Philemon and Isaac, the children raised by Toivo exemplify his character and their strong devotion to him. As you heard them talking, I have prepared this before they came here to tell you how they were brought up and so on. So that's what I'm saying here, without knowing they're going to tell you that today. To Nestor and Esther, your brother is gone, but his legacy will remain with us forever. Through its Finnish origin, the Toivo name has indeed brought hope to our nation. Fellow mourners, Namibians will honor this hero of our struggle. It is a sad truth. We tend to honor our heroes only when they die. Let us be motivated to celebrate the lives of our heroes while they are still amongst us. Let us emulate his venerable character and fight for a fair and inclusive society where we honor and respect the living and the dead. Andimba was a dignified, respectful, and truthful man. Thank you to all of you who respected his legacy by paying tribute to him in a respectful, truthful, and dignified manner. It was also gratifying to see the memorial services in Ndangwa, Rundu, and Ketmasov, as that was yet another reminder that Toivo was a man for all the people. We thank all our regional and international brothers and sisters who have joined us in paying tribute to this great African. We like to say that Namibia is a child of international solidarity. We experience that solidarity yet again, and we are grateful. I must say a special word of thanks to our South African brothers and sisters. They held a big memorial service, that's Nelson Mandela Foundation, addressed by former President Nklanda. And I'm telling you, it was so moving to watch that. And this is surprising, because we share, South Africa and us share common enemy. We shared common enemy and died for the same cause of freedom. We received the most messages and biggest delegation from South Africa, and for that we are grateful. We also received the letters I got from President Zuma, and since he's managed here, maybe I thought he was going to get a chance to talk, but he wrote me a letter, a very nice letter, again expressing his sorrow for this giant who left us. I also got a letter from President Mugabe of Zimbabwe, also expressing his sorrow and wishing the family strength. As Africans, we have a new common enemy of inequality, poverty, and corruption. We are required to unite again to fight this common enemy, to enable our people to enjoy the fruits of our hard-won freedom. In this year of rededication, our core values and ideals of building a better Namibia, let us remain united and continue to hold hands in order to solidify the foundations of our Namibian house. Let us do so to benefit the memory of Comrade Andimba, a towering figure in our journey for freedom and a better life for the majority. In conclusion, I would like to call on Namibians to honor this hero of the struggle. An appropriate way to honor him is through purposeful actions to improve the challenges we face as a nation. Let us emulate his exemplary character and fight tooth and nail to banish from our society the counter-revolutionary practices of the isms, namely tribalism, racism, and sexism. You cannot be a revolutionary and be tribalist or a racist. Forget it. Let's not pretend. You cannot be a tribalist and pretend to be a revolutionary. So let's do away with the isms. We're talking about holding hands to build this country. Comrade Toivo, you lived your life at the service of humanity, of commendable distinction. Your place is in a pantheon of giants. Go well, comrade, go well. May the soul of Comrade Andimba Toivo rest in eternal peace. May the flame of his memory burn in our hearts forever. I thank you. And of course, the president has power, you say. So I got a proposal from the president that you want to change the airport, Ondangwa Airport, to Andimba. From my office, you have the approval, but you must go to Ondangwa to ask them. Thank you.
Yes, the nation has spoken. We thank Memeviki for allowing us to share that they are Toivo with the family. We have lost more than a hero. We have lost more than a revolution, always willing to guide. May the legacy of Toivo continue. Now, we continue with our program, and following the performance that will be in the following order. First is the Toivo Secondary School. Please be ready. And immediately, Tony will follow, and then the military brass band. Can you organize yourself in that way, in that order?
We also heard a little earlier on from the Andimba Kindergarten School that is based here in the capital, Windhoek. So quite a diverse group of mourners here, as we have pointed out, from all parts of the country, paying tribute here to the late Andimba Toivo. In the north of the country, there was a memorial that was held in his honor. In Ondangwa, in Keetmanshoop as well, and in Rundu as well.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, this is the choir. In fact, as many speakers pointed out, we are here to celebrate the life of a great man, the life of an icon, the exemplary life of an icon who sacrificed so much for the independence of this country, who never compromised. And as it was pointed out, he had integrity. He hated liars, he hated thieves, and he couldn't stand corruption. That was Andimba Toivo, the Toivo. Faithful husband, beloved father.
the speakers as well.
Absolutely uncompromising, and the arrogance. In fact, the South African, in declassified documents, the South African said that he was a difficult prisoner who didn't obey orders, who was disobedient. And this is what landed him in solitary confinement for 16 months. And they even darkened the windows so that he couldn't see the light. That's how bad it was, a form of torture for him.
In fact, Nelson Mandela, the late Nelson Mandela, the icon, also reflected on that. Even the Nelson Mandela Foundation also this week also reflecting on that relationship and how Nelson Mandela in particular remembers the late Herman Toivo Toivo as well. Now up is the saxophonist Tony Jaga.
Tony Jaga.
Well, it's also time that we say farewell to all the viewers from SADC countries who had joined us on this live broadcast. Nora?
Thank you. Yes, indeed. Thank you very much. And please join us again tomorrow morning when we bring you the live broadcast of the actual funeral for Heroes Acre. It will be tomorrow morning. And viewers shouldn't forget that there are pickup points for buses that will bring them to Heroes Acre. So please make use of those buses and come to Heroes Acre. It is absolutely free, so you will be able to pay your last respects. Also, the coffin will be taken to Parliament Gardens, where it will lie in state. So viewers who haven't been able to come here will be able to pay their last respects at Parliament Garden. So please make your way there and pay your last respects to our hero, our icon. And Kadhimbire, the official flags were flying at half-mast for the last 2 weeks, and it was declared...
In fact, for the last 2 days, or in fact, since the...
And it officially comes to an end tomorrow.
Yes, yes, exactly. So all of the respects and the honor that has been bestowed on this national hero, obviously tomorrow is the conclusion of the events and the activities that have been taking place for the past 2 weeks. But most importantly, Nora, we have been hearing tributes from all across the world. President Hage Geingob there in his speech pointing out that he received a message from the South African president, but also from the president of Zimbabwe. But most importantly, tributes also coming from other luminaries in the SADC region.
Absolutely. There is a tribute that came from former President Kenneth Kaunda of Zambia, who described Toivo as a great freedom fighter whose legacy should not be forgotten. He said Toivo was a great son of Africa. We are here to mourn a great freedom fighter. How can we fail to remember him? His name stands out in Namibia, and may it continue to stand out. And those words were from President Kenneth Kaunda, former President Kenneth Kaunda of Zambia.
The founding president of Zambia there. As we've also pointed out, quite a large contingent from the SADC region that has made its way here to pay their last respects. And obviously Namibia is a child of international solidarity, as it's always pointed out, but there are some friends in the region who are particularly very close to Namibia. Zambia is one country, Angola is another country, but this time around the South African connection was very prominent.
Yes, absolutely. Of course, we also have a former Robben Island prisoner, General Sijaka, who is here representing the South African former prisoners of Robben Island. He made the journey. And of course, you've got the leader of the ANC in the Western Cape. He's also here. And we also understood from the South African High Commissioner that the grandson of Walter Sisulu was here representing his family. So yes, in this instance, our ties with South Africa and of course Robben Island are very close.
Well, it's just quite amazing how ordinary citizens who made their way here have been able to stay committed for the past 6-7 hours, listen to the speeches. And also what I found very interesting is the reaction to the speeches. I mean, when President Pamba, for example, former President Pamba, for example, made that statement in jest around the Ndangwa airport, we saw everybody going, there was a lot of laughter here.
Yeah, absolutely. And also clapping, which may have been an indication that it's a good suggestion. Yes, people would like to have that airport named after Andimba Toivo. And as President Pamba said, he would like to go from Mosaic Kutako and land at Andimba Toivo Airport. Well, we hope it comes through.
Well, it's something that I'm just top of my head would be appreciated, obviously, to keep the name alive. But in the history books, the name Andimba Toivo is already written for posterity. Our kids are learning about that name in syllabuses and so on. So that's also a great thing. But also, just that statement from the president where he was saying, let's honor these heroes when they are still alive. Let's not wait for moments of this nature for us to celebrate their achievements.
Yes, that's absolutely true. But I think we now need to cross over to the studio. So on that note, good night, and thank you very much for being with us.
Well, join us again early tomorrow morning for the live broadcast from Kadembire Mbruka here.
Sorry, we're crossing over to the bishop, in fact. Yes, this is the Anglican bishop of Namibia. He was recently installed, and he is going to say his benediction.
Let us pray. Eternal God and Father, whose love is stronger than death, we rejoice that the dead as well as the living are in your love and care. And as we remember with thanksgiving Andimba Toivo and all those who have gone before us in the way of Christ, we pray that we may be counted worthy to share with them the life of your kingdom. Lord Christ, you spoke words of comfort to your friends, Martha and Mary, in their hour of sorrow. Give consolation and courage to those who mourn today, especially to Mary, Vicky, the children and relatives. And may they find their peace and hope in you, the resurrection and the life, for your tender mercy's sake. Lord Jesus Christ, you are the image of the invisible God, the firstborn from the dead. In you we have redemption and the forgiveness of sins. Keep us firm in this faith, setting our hearts on things above, so that when you appear, we too may appear with you in glory. And now to God the Father who loved us and made us accepted in the Beloved, to God the Son who loved us and loosed us from our sins by his own blood. To God, the Holy Spirit, who shed the love of God abroad in our hearts. To the one true God, be all love and all glory for time and for eternity. And the blessing of God Almighty, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, be among you and remain with you always. Amen.
Can those who are preparing the coffin for the viewing of the body can please do so. I also inform you that the body will lie in state at the Parliament Garden, so which means